The latest in gaming news is all about the future. We have breaking information about the Sony Kadokawa details. Will this lead to a PlayStation FromSoftware takeover? Looking like a very different deal than what many people were worried about, which I actually am glad to hear that this is not going to be a total takeover or buyout. We also had a presentation from Mark Cerny about the PS5 Pro, PSSR, and this new project with AMD with clear signals about the PlayStation 6. I have an upload on the channel right now where I walk through why that presentation shows a bright future, but also why there have been some missteps that should be rectified by Sony going forward. There's also new information about Skull and Bones that will be receiving content in its second year, but it points to something more exciting if you're a long-standing Assassin's Creed fan. And the latest Helldivers 2 update is causing the player base numbers to surge on both PC and PlayStation 5. And last but not least, good news for fans of Stalker 2 with respect to the game and a potential show. Now, as always, I give you games at the end of this little show open that I do, and I put them on your wish list or your radar. So if you're looking for new games to try out, make sure you always watch these show opens for that. We found some really great ones from some of the shows lately. Now, if you want to support the channel directly, there's a great way to do that with a paid membership. You can click join, pick Member Plus at $6. You'll get into all of the extra content that I do. There's basically a second channel. We do all sorts of behind-the-scenes work here just for those paying members. And if you're a coffee drinker, check out Reforge Roast. The link is below in the description. As always, hit like and subscribe. That's free, and it supports this video as well as the channel. So let's just jump into this. This just broke sort of overnight, the Sony Kadokawa details, and Insider Gaming is claiming here, and this is being officially reported as well, that Sony Corporation announces a business alliance with Kadokawa, and this is what they have to say. Sony has announced the formation of a strategic alliance with Kadokawa, taking over 10% of the company's shares. As a result, Sony will become the company's largest shareholder. The transaction is scheduled for January the 7th, and it will cost Sony approximately $320 million. Now, the general takeaway here is pretty simple. This is largely seemingly motivated as a protective measure to protect Kadokawa from a hostile takeover. This is not a full buyout. This is not a full-on merger. Sony does not intend to buy any more shares at this time. Now, this will give them a strong say in what happens with anime, IP, licensing, and things in the future. So this could have a direct effect on FromSoft games in the future, but probably not in the way that concerned me. My primary concern was that they would start having FromSoft games require PlayStation login on Steam, which would then region lock all future FromSoft games on Steam, which I would not be a big fan of. I'm currently not a fan of it anyway, and I certainly don't want it happening to more games, especially when they're currently not requiring it for FromSoft games at the moment. So it doesn't seem like that's going to come to fruition. I said whenever this was originally announced that I will never really want to cheer for mergers. They tend to take things away from the consumer unless it's an existing partnership like we've seen historically with PlayStation and Housemarque or Insomniac. That generally to me is better than just going out and buying a third-party company that has lots of IP in the market. So I feel like this is probably the best case scenario, and again, it felt like a protective measure from everything that I'm reading. Now, in case you missed it, Mark Cerny, the man himself, did a presentation called the Technical Seminar, the PS5 Pro Technical Seminar at SIE headquarters, and he covered a gamut of topics: PSSR, the PS5 Pro, and as you see there, Project Amethyst. And I did a video on this. The too long didn't read here is the Pro is just the beginning. PSSR will improve over time, and PlayStation is working closely in collaboration with AMD with this thing called Project Amethyst. They want to improve machine learning and AI for better future hardware architectures, and it is very much centered around the console, according to interviews that Mark Cerny did. This is obviously related to the PlayStation 6, and the consensus at the moment is that machine learning and AI is going to be heavily utilized, not just in the future, but will likely be central to the PlayStation 6 when it shows up. Now, my latest upload is about why this bright future for the Pro, the PSSR, and the PlayStation 6 has a few things that need to be course corrected. We have amazing updates like Space Marine 2 that is maybe even using a new version of PSSR according to some analysis that is out there, but then there have been really bad updates as well with games like Star Wars Outlaws, Avatar, and others. So be sure to check out my video. I kind of walk through why there needs to be better ownership and quality control from Sony's standpoint, if possible. And also, this is just sort of the beginning of where things are headed, and Project Amethyst is likely pointing to big things for the PlayStation 6. He did indicate in the Digital Foundry interview that they still see generational jumps as a more broad, holistic thing that they'll focus on, not just like what they did with the Pro, which was more heavily focused on the GPU. Now, there's good news out there for fans of Assassin's Creed Black Flag specifically. Skull and Bones is getting new content in its second year, and yes, I know, I was shocked to learn this. I assumed this game would probably push out about a year's worth of content and then fade into the ether. Now, this report comes from Insider Gaming, and this is the claim that's a bit surprising. They say, sources tell me that Ubisoft is fully committed to continuing the game's support and that player numbers might surprise people. Yeah, I would probably be surprised if the player numbers are good enough to warrant another year's worth of content. So seemingly they've captured some sort of a core audience here that's justifying future content endeavors. But this was the part of the this was the part of the report, say that 5 times fast. This was the part of the report that really caught my attention. It is also understood that Ubisoft is exploring more premium crossover events, with one source saying that one idea includes Black Flag crossover event around the time of the release of Assassin's Creed Black Flag Remake. Now, whether or not that content or that idea comes to fruition, that's irrelevant. This is somebody at the company who said, hey, maybe we should do something that centers around Black Flag since that Black Flag remake is coming. So this is confirmation that it exists, but it also seems to confirm that it is likely coming in 2025. The topic of this conversation was scoping out plans for the second year of content, and they said, hey, we should do something to coincide with the Black Flag remake. So I think this pretty much says we're getting that remake next year. Now, I could be completely wrong. I could be completely misreading this. Maybe it's just really good confirmation that the remake exists, but I do think with Assassin's Creed Shadows coming out next year, a Black Flag remake would be another good land for Ubisoft as they're trying to put things back into a better place for themselves as well as their IP. Now, in other promising news, the Helldivers 2 player numbers are back up and climbing. I continued to say that Helldivers 2 player numbers were in a totally fine spot and that they could easily bounce back with brand new content. And Game Rant reports that Helldivers 2 latest update is a huge hit with PS5 players, and they claim that, quote, Helldivers 2 concurrent player count jumped 109% on PS5 since Arrowhead released the Omens of Tyranny update last week. We also have noticed, I've paid attention to this, and people in our Discord have paid attention to this, the Steam charts have been hitting regularly over 100,000 concurrent player peaks every day since the update. Now, this is great news for fans of Helldivers 2. It means that new content can bring folks back. The next thing they need to do, in my opinion, is they need to focus on the war bonds. We're fast approaching the 1-year anniversary of the game coming out, and there are so many war bonds in the game. If you are a new or returning player, there is a significant amount of stuff for you to unlock. It's almost too much, and I think in general that's going to be something they have to think about. Is you have to think about new player onboarding, return player onboarding, just getting overwhelmed by those war bonds as we approach that 1-year anniversary. I would love for them to push out sort of a 2.0 moment for the game and clean that up, make it better and more approachable, as well as just keep dropping great content. Now, they did speak to some of the criticism for the Killzone crossover event, saying that the reason they went with a Superstore implementation versus a war bond is they wanted to avoid some of the frustrations that consumers had, and that the more often they're able to do that and then have those items sold, they said then we can push out more free updates and content like what they did with the Illuminate. So essentially, we've heard this sort of conversation before. If you remember way back in the day, Destiny talking about how one single cosmetic sold so well, it basically allowed them to fund an extra project for the game, which was basically one of their better dungeons and one of their better events. So essentially what they're saying is listen, you know, we're not charging for content and DLC and expansions, so when we push out microtransactions like this, it empowers us to do free things like they did with the Illuminate. Whatever you land on that, I personally think they have been more than generous with their community, with free updates, free content, and they make it very easy to earn the currency to buy the items. The super credits are still an earnable source of currency in the game. You do not have to spend money if you want to get those items from the Superstore, all right? Now, I forgot to grab a trailer for this one, but just very quickly, good news for Stalker 2 fans. It is already profitable after 1 month of its release. Now, there was a lot of concern about this game leading up to its launch, okay? It didn't have the smoothest of launches, okay? There were lots of bugs, there were performance issues. They have responded to that about as quickly as they could. They've improved a lot of those things. Now, the article states that it has been claimed by GSE's Game World's mysterious owner, Maxim Kripa, that Stalker 2 Heart of Chernobyl is already profitable a mere month after being released worldwide. Now, he did a rare interview, doesn't do that a lot, sort of a mysterious guy, and said that they already sold enough to make the project profitable. And more good news if you're a big Stalker fan. He also mentioned that discussions are underway regarding a live-action adaptation of the series. Now, I'll be honest, Stalker's not my kind of game. It's not something that I typically would want to dive into, but a Stalker TV series would go pretty hard. I mean, it would go pretty hard, sorry. It would be awesome. I think it could be amazing. Now, I'm getting an update here from the Helldivers team. They said that they are gifting everyone the planned second set of Helldivers Killzone collaboration items today free of charge. The distribution of those items will begin shortly in 2 waves. So they had a second set planned. It was a obedient armor set and an accelerator rifle. See, this is exactly what I'm talking about. I feel like these devs have really done a great job. Thank you for that quick update there. Preacher just put that into the Discord. So the Arrowhead has already responded to the criticism of the Killzone situation, and they're saying, hey, we're going to give you guys free stuff. The second thing we were going to push from Killzone, we're just gifting it to everybody. Good on these devs. They've been in the trenches since day one, listening, working, and making sure that this game is in a good spot. So I can show you the, it's more than that. Oh, it's more than that. There's 3 things. So let me just, I'm going to on the fly try and do this for you guys. Just an on the fly update with my cap card here. So this is what they're going to be gifting to all Helldivers: the Obedient Armor Set, the Accelerator Rifle, Defender of Our Dreams, so you'll get the banner and the cape, as well as another primary weapon, SMG. So a bunch of free stuff. So Merry Christmas from the team at Arrowhead as they respond rather quickly to criticisms of the Killzone crossover event. I really appreciate the way that they have handled their game, as well as criticism and a lot of the problems and things that they have faced. So more good news for Helldivers 2 fans and gamers. You're getting some free stuff for Christmas from the boys over at Arrowhead. Now, I've got some games for your wish list and your radar, and this one here is telling you to prepare thy nuts, and this is Squirrel with the Gun. This game has actually been out for a while, and they just pushed out a free update, the Ratatasker update, and it is tasking you with defending the neighborhood from this crazy squirrel here. So basically, this game is on all consoles and Steam. It's got great scores everywhere. It's $20. It's actually currently on sale on Steam for $12.99, and they have updates for Squirrel with the Gun planned all the way until August of next year. It's a super creative game where you literally navigate environments with a gun. You actually shoot to launch yourself forward or up or sideways. It is a beloved title, so check out Squirrel with the Gun. Support devs that do really creative and funny things like this. $20 ain't that bad for a fun romp, being a squirrel with a gun and getting to shoot and launch yourself all over the place. I think these guys are great. It's really, really cool that they've kind of taken an insane idea and have gotten the attention that they have done. And as I said, they have updates planned all the way until August of next year. So this brand new free update, you get a platforming challenge, 4 new outfits, and this battle, and then there is their roadmap. So check out Squirrel with a Gun today. Now, another game that got put on to my radar recently, I was just browsing game trailers, is a game called Swap Meet. Swap Meet is a co-op roguelite third-person shooter where you fight aliens across the universe and attach their body parts to yours to gain their abilities, all right? Now, this is coming to Steam. It can be wish-listed right now, so it's not currently available, but as I said, I like to put games on your wish list and your radar, and those of you that like playing rogue shooters or like playing with a buddy, definitely put this one on your wish list. This is certainly one that I would check out with my man Hilly on a Friday. If you are a paying member or a gifted member, every Friday afternoon we do Bad Ideas with Hilly for the member base. And this Friday, we're going to celebrate with a community game, and we're all going to play Fall Guys together. So if you're a member, make sure and keep that membership running all the way to Friday, or maybe gift or renew some members today to help us hit that goal. But that's something fun we do every Friday, and this one actually looks like it would be a fun time. So this one's called Swap Meet. Put it on your wish list. I'll put it on mine, and we'll maybe check it out when it launches. A little bit of a different game, but in the spirit of the holidays, I know sometimes people like to play games with their friends and family members if they're not able to be in the same city, and Liar's Bar is a 4-player game where you can play Liar's Dice or Liar's Deck against opponents. It's on Steam. It launched in October. It has a 92%, and it's only $6.99. So if you're looking for a fun little, almost classic style board game, like old school game to play across the internet with your friends and family members. I know sometimes you can't be with the ones you love over the holidays, and this might be a fun one to sit back and see if you can win Liar's Deck or Liar's Dice against your friends and family members. It's only $6.99, so be sure to check that out. This might be a good one to play with the members and Hilly, so that's a great reason to be a VIP. Consider upgrading. We typically allow the VIPs in first when we play a game like that. So just very quickly to recap, the breaking Sony Kadokawa details is that it's not a takeover, merger, or acquisition. It seems to be a protective measure of share purchases that will take place in early January. Mark Cerny did a presentation about the PS5 Pro, PSSR, and a brand new project with AMD called Amethyst that is very heavily related to machine learning AI and likely directly related to the PlayStation 6. And we have new information about Skull and Bones that seems to indicate we'll be getting the Black Flag remake next year, which is really exciting. And then the latest Helldivers update is causing a huge player base surge, and Stalker 2 was able to hit profitability, and they're looking at potentially doing a show. So that's the news. Now it's time for the discussion. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Thank you guys so much for being here. Do me a favor and very, very quickly smash that like button. Let's get that like count going. Let's set our sights on 200 likes really, really quickly. And curious what you guys think. I'm gonna pull up the comments on my latest video as well. I always like to do that. I like to see what you guys are saying. And I want to see what you're saying on this one. And always make sure when we do those uploads in the morning, those premieres, try to throw your weight behind those. It's super, super helpful. Jazzer here says, people need to understand that PSSR is just a tool. It's still on the devs to use it right. Exactly. One of the things I went over in my video was that, listen, a lot of these problems that we're seeing with PSSR has nothing to do with Sony. It has nothing to do with PSSR or the Pro. It's like 4 games out of 70 that clearly pushed out, bad patches, that clearly pushed out things that weren't ready. So I do need to thank some people here. Han shot first, and so did you. Cardoc Ren renews his membership. It's a VIP. And then John Always is the first gifted member of the day. And then Joker Quinn gifted a member. And then Hasayo renewed VIP. Hasayo says, does anyone think that maybe the studios removing modes from PlayStation Pro are gearing themselves up to rip off the Band-Aid for what the PlayStation 6 will be? I don't think that's what they're doing. I don't think any of the developers are thinking that far in advance. So that's 4 members right there. But then I have to thank Trekkie83 for upgrading to Member Plus. When you guys upgrade, it counts as 2, so that bumps the membership line to 361. So thank you guys so much for doing that. Discord, I added that to the show, Open Creature. You must have had me muted. I took the thing that you put in Discord and I threw it into the opening monologue about what Helldivers is doing. The only thing I'm concerned about with the Pro is the CPU will be almost 8-year-old tech by the time the PlayStation 6 comes out in 2028. Will the Pro be able to handle CPU-intensive games from 25 to 28? Here's what I'm thinking, okay? One of the things that came out of the Digital Foundry interview with Mark Cerny was that we need to start talking about resolution differently. And the reason he was saying that was we need to be focusing more on image quality, image stability. It's not just about like, oh, can you push resolution with brute strength? Can you push resolution no sound? Oh, you had no sound. Yeah, I took it. I shouted you out, Creature, and then I took the image that Fuzzy put and I incorporated it into the show open so everybody knew they were going to get something free in Helldivers 2. But the reason I'm not super concerned about the CPU is that Cerny seems to think, and Ollie from Digital Foundry kind of agreed, that we need to start thinking about resolution differently. And I think the reason they're saying that is because upscaling technology just continues to get better and better. Now, my hope would be that that can shield games and engines and development from a CPU bottleneck, essentially giving them headroom and saying, listen, you don't have to worry about that. As long as you're basically taking everything down to a certain level and properly using PSSR, the CPU bottleneck shouldn't hit until you start running into engines that need it. That's always going to be the problem, is it is engine dependent. There are some engines that just seemingly are naturally more bent on creating those CPU bottlenecks. Some of that could be the developers, right? We saw that with Dragon's Dogma. I think we're potentially going to see that with GTA 6. We're potentially going to see that with Monster Hunter Wilds, games that, regardless of how good the engine is, it just naturally pushes more things to the CPU. AOZ says CPU power gains haven't been the same for a decade. It's not like the early 2000s where 8 years made a night and day difference. I think that's another thing that AOZ is saying is helpful, is that's really sort of adjacent to what's going on with GPUs as well. The hardware isn't having the leaps that it used to have, so what they're doing is they're getting creative with things like AI, machine learning, and upscaling as a way to push performance. So it's, again, I don't think we're in the same scenario that we used to be, which is why Mark Cerny saying we need to talk differently about resolution, I think is a great insight. It's like, we keep talking about resolution, like 4K, and then, I'm assuming next is 8K, right? And it's like, well, yes, but not really. Giving you a 4K image that's native or giving you a 4K image that's been upscaled, if the upscaling tech continues to improve and smooth out, you won't be able to tell the difference between the native and the upscaled, which means the upscaled version would be superior. It would run smoother. It would run better. It would allow the devs to do more because they're not, spending an expensive amount of bandwidth with native resolution. I've continued to tell people native resolution is a fool's errand, and these people keep talking about it, don't know what they're talking about. You don't want devs pushing native. That's not ideal. It's an ideal that you think's important because the times have changed and you're still thinking about back in the day when you jumped up from 1080 to a higher res and the difference that it made. And you're like, well, I want to be able to do that. I don't want, you hear internal res at 1080 or internal res at 1440, and there's a presumption there that means the game's not going to look good. Cloud Strife with 22 months says, Cerny pretty much mentioned exactly what you've been saying. They focus on image quality because most games are hitting 60 FPS. Very few outliers. Thank you, Cloud Strife. Guys, as always, if you are paying for your own membership, you want to be at Member Plus. We do extra content for Member Plus and above, and we actually have continued to also have that as an incentive for extra content on the weekends as well when we hit milestones. The Green Monster's at Member Plus, and he bumps a line with a member renewal. I've not been around lately. Been putting in extra hours at work. My pockets were hit hard this Christmas. Hey, man, take care of the ones you love, bro. It makes the holidays a special time if you can do that, if you can bless them. And good on you for putting in those extra hours, man. I disagree. I think frame gen is bad. Frame gen is not upscaling. That's not, you're talking about something completely different. Creative is not the word I would use. Lying is better. What are you responding to, Kaiser? Who's lying? I don't need 4K. Even to stream at 4K is a chore for bandwidth. 1440 is great until tech can match and stay consistent. Corey says the CPU is not going to be targeting 4K 120 as a regular target for games. The CPU is fine for upscaled 4K at 60. The CPU only runs into bottlenecks with 4K 60, and ray tracing and optimization can alleviate that. Yeah, like, I don't think end of this gen anybody's going to be upset if most games are just running 4K 60. You know, it's like, oh, that's not enough. I'm talking about the Pro specifically. If the PlayStation 5 Pro is consistently running games at 4K 60, and some of them are even able to put in some ray tracing, I think complaining about that will be completely manufactured. That's far and away more than you need. Not more than you need. That's more than adequate to make a game look good. If the image quality is good and performance is good, after that it's like, well, then is the game fun? And a 5-bomb comes in from Jazster, the first 5-bomb of the day, and he takes us to 367 as we trundle along towards the goal. If you guys hit 500, you can play Fall Guys with me and Hilly tomorrow. It will be hilarious. It's always a good time. It's free on every platform, so get it installed today. We're very likely going to hit the goal. If we hit the stretch goal, you get a night of Frickmas tomorrow night. I'll be reading Christmas books to you, having drinks, singing Christmas carols. It's a really good time. Maybe I'll even put up a tree and decorate it with you. We'll really go all out. We'll pull out all the stops, right? We could even go beyond stretch, and I could go and find a Santa outfit, maybe. I've got a Santa hat, but we'll see. We'll see where you guys end up after today. But yeah, I think a lot of people are missing the mark here. Let's read some more of the comments. Party time, excellent. Let's go. The Cisco left a comment. It's Chill Will says, Lono, earlier this week you said there are many new PS5 owners that didn't have a PS4, and I came to a realization that I'm somewhat in that group, primarily playing sports games. Now trying out Ghost of Tsushima, Horizon, and others, I'm blown away by the Pro, even on games that are not enhanced like Need for Speed. Great vid, can't wait for the discussions. Man, glad you're enjoying it, dude. Seriously, Chill Will. That's awesome. If you're late to those games, that's exactly what will happen. Lono, please try Persona 3 Reload. Do it for me during the cozy and lazy Christmas days. I've got too big of a backlog. I was working my way through Kena Bridge of Spirits last night. I'm not going to play a turn-based game while I'm working on a backlog. You're going to have to let me get there naturally, Sam. I love you, and I love that you love Persona, but Expedition 33 will likely be the game that maybe can pull me into turn-based games. And I said this before, I am super, super casual dad gamer now, so turn-based games are kind of perfect for me. S. John Wallace gifts a 5-bomb of members, and he's got a white badge. That is unbelievable to have somebody with a white badge gifting members to others. That is incredible. We almost never see that. Somebody who's brand new to the community as a member, paying it forward. And Mick D09 with a VIP, almost 3 years. Thanks for continuing to deliver quality content. Almost 3 years of support from my man, Mick D09. We're at 373. Good content, bro. Thank you very much. S. John Wallace. I appreciate that. Thank you. Now, Ram on here on my video, he's saying the recent Alan Wake 2 update is great. 40 FPS, ray tracing, PSSR upscale to 4K, amazing. I agree. Update's a great start today, especially because they fixed some of the issues. Ethan says, without Sony having a say in how PSSR has implemented the technology, we'll get a bad rap because there is no standard. I don't think enough devs will mess it up. They want their games looking good. I don't think you're going to see enough devs doing that, personally. I agree that, like, Sony should be implementing some measure of quality control if possible, but I just don't know. I don't know if a bunch of devs are going to crank out bad bad patches. They want their games to look good. Mile High with 32 months of memberships. Consider a membership, he says. I spend more hours here than I do on any other subscription service I have. I justify the money based on the value and number of hours of entertainment I get. Much love, Lono. Mile High, that is so kind. Thank you very much. That bumps the line to 374, and now it's going to go to 375 because SSJ Gohan's going to renew their membership for 31 months, and a gifted member from Mile High. He says, I believe in what we do here so much, I'm going to pay it forward to somebody else. Thank you very, very much. There's literally a second side to this channel. I forgot to set the goal again. I forgot. I'll tell you what. That's on me. I'm going to lower it to just 5. I will gift 5 members. We missed the super chat goal yesterday. We got really close. You guys got to like 8. And there's a $10 super chat from Juice Man. People need to get a PlayStation 5 Pro. Not only is it a better machine for future-proofing, but it will make getting a PS6 cheaper since the PS5 Pro is more expensive. Think beyond at the moment. And a $5 super chat tip from Mile High. Yeah, there. I'm completely justified in lowering the goal today. We only need 5 super chats, and I'll give 5 members. And there's one from my man Sam Taylor. He says, your live videos have become part of my daily routine during the morning just before I go to the gym. Thank you so much, Mile High. I'm not sure why that one didn't trigger the goal. I think it's because it's like $4 through I don't know. Somebody else is gonna have to try. I don't know why it's not working. I think I didn't have it set before Mile High submitted his either. And Anthony Robinson's gonna gift a member. The chat's getting taken over by gifted members and super chats. Keep it going. A little train of support right now. I only ever run ads here at the very end when I take a break. I don't run ads throughout the live stream, and I don't have to because you guys support what I do. The gifted members, the super chats, so much support. Do me a quick favor. Hit the like button. Let's try to get to 200 likes. That helps my video find more people. This guy says, it's true the developers in optimization and a bunch of people like graphics like native 4K. It's true. It's the developers in optimization and a bunch of people like graphics like native 4K. Native 4K is a waste, though. It's just such a waste. I don't think they should chase native 4K like at all. Chasing native 4K would be an enormous mistake. It's such a bandwidth hog. Like you're gonna eat up so much of your power in a console or a computer going for native 4K. The logic does not follow. What logic does not follow? Chris, you're wrong, group. There are many people who much about PC over console. What's he saying? I moved from console to PC as I got bored with consoles. Surely there's a lot of people like me. I would say, listen. I would say there are probably equal numbers of people in each group. There are people that have both. They like to have a PC and a console. They move from console to PC, or maybe they move from PC to console. I think each group has a percentage point on the pie. I don't think there's like a bunch of people that just moved in one direction. There's 20 million people who bought a PS5 who didn't have a PS4. I think a lot of those people came from Xbox and PC. I do. I think they skipped out on PS4. They started seeing what was going on with the PS5, and they decided to jump back in. Either they went to Xbox or PC or whatever. I think that's 20 million people. To say that all 20 million didn't come from PC or Xbox, I think would be foolish. They didn't like materialize out of thin air. They came from somewhere. Patrick Q renews a VIP and gifts a member and bumps the line to 379. Thank you very much, Patrick Q. That's one of my only gifted for the very Merry Christmas, you filthy animals. There you go. I appreciate that. Lono is the Stephen A. Smith of the gaming industry, GOAT status. That's enough. Don't be out here. Lono is the only reasonable game industry streamer. He's closer to a journalist. I mean, that's extremely kind. I appreciate the compliments. You guys are being very, very generous with your comments. People seem to think that all gamers would prefer a PC if they could afford it, and that's just not true. My man Brooklyn in chat says, PSSR hasn't been used that great by a few devs, so I agree. Sony might need to oversee prior to the release of the patch. Not every dev is on the PlayStation Studios level. Well, and I also didn't agree. This is the one thing what Mark Cerny said that I didn't agree with. They're not going to mandate how the modes are implemented. And I'm like, no, I think you should mandate it. I think any game that launches with a quality and performance mode, and then later you decide to add a pro mode, you should not remove the quality mode and the performance mode on the PS5 Pro. I don't think that you should. I don't think you should, because no pro mode is going to be perfect. They're not going to be perfect. So there could be image stability issues. There could be image quality issues. Now, somebody like me saying, hey, I'm going for pro mode no matter what, right? Somebody else might be different. They might be like, well, no, I'm noticing the image quality issues. There's a little bit of a shimmer. There's a little bit of a fuzziness sometimes, and I don't like that. And they would want to go back to performance mode, and I believe that they should be able to do that. A 5 spot from Andy Ackerman. It's not you. It's just that your channel isn't any good. What? It's not you. It's just that your channel isn't any good. You're cool. I have no idea what you're trying to say. He said devs should do what they want. Right. DJB, I agree with him to a point. I don't think PlayStation can be like a nanny to all these developers. There's too many developers in the world. They can't be out here like dictating, you need to do this, and you need to do this, and you need to do that. But I do think they need to say, listen, if you gave the user a performance mode and a quality mode, if you gave that to them, don't take it away later and just give them one mode. I don't think that that's right. I think that's a mistake because, again, the user needs to be able to choose for themselves. If they've decided that performance mode's better, then let them stay there, right? Let them stay there. Let them stay on that performance mode. They don't have to go up to pro. And C-Loss becomes a member and rounds us out nicely to 380. When you guys sign up for a membership brand new, you want to pick Member Plus. It's $6. I can't distinguish between a 5 and a gifted. So C-Loss, if you like what you see, if you enjoy the extra content in the Discord, you can bump up later. If you bump up today, I'll let you double dip. I give people credit for 2 when they upgrade. You get to add 2 to the total because those upgrades to Member Plus are so important. They're not going to do that. I know they're not going to do that, but I think that they should. Right? I think that they should. Because to me, it's like you should not be taking things away from somebody who spent more money. Right? No. Stop it. You'll stop now. Thank you. Thank you for the $5 super chat, Sam. I appreciate you, dude. I appreciate you. I groan every time I fire up a game on my PC. Yeah, I mean, I like gaming on a PC, but I just prefer console. It's just easier. I just do. Last night I was in my living room playing Kena Bridge of Spirits, and it was just like, it's gorgeous. Looks great on my TV. Wife's sitting next to me. She's reading a book about Rod Serling, because we love the Twilight Zone so much. She's been getting books about him. And like, I just feel like if I would have had to turn the PC on, like run a cable across, I don't know. And there it is. C-Law says, I'll double dip then. He says, I'll double dip. And he upgrades to Member Plus. I would absolutely love it if we saw a Member Plus train. Sign up brand new. If you've never done a membership before on YouTube, give it a try. It's $6. You get a whole month of extra content. You get into our Discord. I operate like 2 channels. I've got the public channel here, and then we do all this behind the scenes stuff for members. So consider jumping in and supporting the channel and doing that. I appreciate that very, very much, C-Laws. And if you guys are like, man, I can't do a membership, hit that like button. That helps the video as well, and that increases your likelihood of getting a gifted. The more you interact with the channel, the more you interact with what I do here, the greater the likelihood that you will get a membership. And thank you guys that continue to gift and support and do super chats as well. I wish I could plug my keyboard and mouse into my PS5 and play. I understand that. I get that. Like, once you're used to a certain gaming peripheral, like, you don't want to switch. Totally makes sense. You got the bomb ability with Kena. I hated the boss right after that. I got the bomb ability. Yeah, I just got that last night. Yeah. There's some difficulty spikes in Kena that frustrated me. There is still something that weird that happens with her. She has a perfect parry, and it triggers like a quick time animation, and I don't think they should have done that. I think it messes with the timing. It, like, It literally goes into like a miniature like cutscene almost, like a miniature QuickTime event where you can't do anything. You're just like watching it. Mike Beckett, brand new member, doing the same thing C-Loss did. 383. If you upgrade to Member Plus, I'll let you double dip just like C-Loss did. If you guys pick up a brand new membership, you want to pick Member Plus, welcome on in. I appreciate that very, very much, Mike. Make sure you guys sync up with Discord as well so you can connect with the community. I was an AV tech for a while, so I have a switcher that puts my PC monitor on my TV. It's still a hassle. There's some level of troubleshooting no matter what. It just, to me, is just easier. I don't know. I just like having everything in one spot. Like, I understand why guys don't want to get another launcher. These guys that love Steam and they don't want Epic and they don't want Origin and they don't want Uplay. I totally get it. I do. I get it. I like having everything in one place. It's why I was frustrated to leave Xbox behind. Because that's where all my stuff is. That's where all my stuff is. All my games are there, you know? Egnarts drops back in with a Member Plus. 38 months of memberships. That is insane. He says, keep it going. New member train. Mike says, I'll try it out. Console is so great. You guys like to mod and tinker, and there are those of us that don't want to do that. Yeah, I try to leave room for both. You know, I do. I think there are console tribalists that get a little weird, and then there's PC Master Race guys that get a little bit weird, and you know, I mean, everybody can be a little weird. I think that's fine. But I would always just like to leave room for people to have those different preferences. That's typically how I like to do it. And a $5 super chat tip from Andy Ackerman says, we were joking the other day about backpacking insults into compliments. Oh. I forgot about that, Andy. I'm sorry. Your joke just completely went, I completely missed it. Did Mark Cerny say the purpose of the Pro is to not have gamers have to make a choice between performance and quality? He did, but I still think they should have the choice for this reason, C-Fresh. Sometimes that Pro mode causes some issues. They might think performance looks better with respect to image quality and image stability. And Vithar does a Member Plus. That counts as 2. Come on, let's do it. We have never had a new member train here. It's always gifted members. Let's do it. So now we've got C-Loss, we've got Mike Beckett, and we've got Vithar. Let's go. Let's get some more Member Pluses. Welcome on in, Vithar. Every Member Plus that's brand new counts as 2. Jump in. It's $6. I've got whole shows that I do for you if you're a member. Great content. I'm 54 years old, married, 2 older kids, CEO, and a gamer. I love the grown-up gaming talk. Well, welcome in. You got a couple years on me. I'm 43. I also have 2 kids. They're 9 and 11 years old, and they love gaming, and this is just such a great time to be in the industry and in gaming as well as a dad. Like, it's just, they've got so much that they're going to get to experience. I've been thinking about that a lot lately. Like, my kids are going to get to experience some of the best games that I have played, and I think a lot of them are very timeless, like Ghost of Tsushima. They're going to get to play those when they're old enough and adept enough to play them. But they're also going to get to play what in the world are we going to be experiencing in like PS6 and beyond? Like, it's a really great time, I think, to watch them get to kind of go through that. I got to live from, Coleco to now, and as did you, Mike, as did you. You're older than me, so you were probably there, when Pong and Atari showed up in the home, Vithar isn't a new member, is he? Vithar's got a white badge, and it says Member Plus. I don't know if Vithar has ever been a member before. I don't know. You're 45 in 7 days. By the time they iron out PSSR, PS6 will be around the corner. What do you mean by the time they iron out PSSR? It doesn't need ironed out. 70 games put out PS5 Pro enhancement updates, and like 3 or 4 are having issues. What exactly needs ironed out? I don't think it needs ironed out. It's going to get upgraded. It's going to improve. But, like, go watch Gaming Tech's video on Space Marine 2. He's basically like, this is the best implementation of PSSR that I've seen. I can't wait for the Digital Foundry breakdown of that. He's like, this could be a new version of PSSR already. On my other account, Vithar, 2 years. Oh, Vithar, why are you doing... Oh, Vithar's just trying to help the member train. You have 2 accounts. Okay. I'm sorry. You have 2 years on your other account. I was like, Vithar's got a white badge. I don't know why, but that's what it's showing me in chat. Pong, Atari, Coleco, and television. Had them all when I was a kid. That's right. I was a Pong champion. Switched accounts to open up the gifted pool. Oh. Nice. Appreciate that, Vithar. I really thought you were in your mid-30s. I get that a lot. Staying out of the sun definitely, helps you age a little slower. Jack Garland with the $5 super chat tip says, and just think that your grandkids might be around to experience GTA 7, Silk Song, and the Bloodborne remaster. Well executed joke. Jack Garland, one more super chat to make confetti, and then I have to add 5 members to the total. Thank you so much, Jack Garland. You the best. Atari, Pong, and television led me to the PS5 Pro. I'm all in and love the tech. Well, Mike, I'm glad you're here, man. I hope you stick around. I hope you enjoy the membership and the perks. I hope you enjoy the Discord. I hope more of you see that, like, hey, this is a great community here. We try to welcome everybody in no matter where you play or what you play on. We got a great community in the Discord. And that's a great place to go if you're looking for people to play games with, right? And there it is! Thomas Messenger, another member plus. We have a brand new, that counts as 2, that takes us to 388. We have a brand new member plus train going. Keep it going. AOZ makes confetti. I don't know why Thomas showed up again, but he did. Are these different people, or is this the exact same person? Yeah, YouTube's just being squirrely. A $5 super chat from AOZ and a $5 super chat from Andy. Sometimes when a player sees a tinkle in the PSSR upscaling, it bothers them. That's right. And then Ackerman says, bet. All right, I owe you guys 5. Let's do another goal. Let's just keep the super chat goal at 5. Let's do it. Let's just keep it at 5 super chats. That way we can have it happening more often. So I owe you guys 5 gifted members. Legend status with the VIP. Grady with 22 months on a member plus. Doing my monthly check-in. Keep up the great work, brother. I tried to message you on Discord a couple of months ago. You have to send me a friend request, Grady. If you need to get in touch with me through Discord, send the friend request first, and then you can DM me. So that gets us to 90, but then I'm bumping the line to 95. You guys can make the goal go up through me with super chats. Typically when I gift 5 back as a thank you, I don't add it to the total. I only do this when it's from super chats. So you guys that super chatted this morning, you added to the goal and you added more people to the community. Thank you. New member, been listening for a while now. Love the content. I greatly appreciate that, Thomas. Thank you very much, man. If you guys consistently enjoy this content, I greatly appreciate it. You listen and you lurk every day. That support is how I am able to do this. But those members really are the engine. That's it, the memberships, because we are certainly not a very large YouTube channel. We're on our way, though. We are on our way. We're very close to 50,000 subscribers. Thank you to everybody who has made that possible. We appreciate so much the support. Every day you guys are tuning in. You're being awesome. You're being positive. Those member streams have been a joy. Like every morning coffee is just such a fun way to start the day. If you guys aren't there for morning coffee and you are a member, you're missing out. Yeah, there's rumor about an Oblivion remake that'll be revealed in January. Yeah, I've been hearing that. I don't even think I have a TV that will support the Pro features properly. I'd have to go spend $1,000 for that, says Crowded House. And Joker Quinn gifts a member. Those singles add up quick. Thank you so much, Joker Quinn. You are the best. I know upscaling is getting better, but I hated watching DVDs that got upscaled to 1080. I could see all the extra pixels and blurriness. Oh my gosh, but it's not even like that anymore. It's the technology is completely surpassed what it once was. It really truly has. I don't even remotely think that's a concern, that like, oh yeah, they're going to keep using upscaling in gaming. It's going to look like that, like how it did back in the day. I mean, I watched a video about upscaling from probably, I don't even know. I think the guy made it like 4 years ago, and he was already talking about how much better it was. So, wasn't that cell phone called the Tinkle? No, AOZ is right. It was that story that I told about my friend that I work with at AT&T. Yeah, he nicknamed the phone Tinkle, and it was completely made up. But he got the customer to say it, which was hilarious. Been top 500 Overwatch, but playing Pong triggered something in my brain when sitting beside the other person. DVD platform was terrible anyway. AI upscaling is better. Old upscalers were very dumb. Yeah, it's that's why I'm kind of surprised that you're seeing people immediately run with the narrative that PSSR was a scam, it's a flop, it's not going to work. It's like, you do understand that first iterations of technology like this always have rough edges, and if the rough edges of PSSR is 400 people, I'm sorry, not 400 people, 4 games out of 70 pushed out some bad patches. Now, 2 of those 4 games were from companies that, or from games that were terribly optimized. Like, are you actually going to try and use Star Wars Outlaws as an example of like, oh yeah, man, PSSR is bad? Like, really? Star Wars Outlaws? Wow, what a dizzying display of intellect that you think Star Wars Outlaws proves that PSSR is bad. Or Jedi Survivor? Really? Seriously? Like, what are we even talking about here? 2 of the games, half of the games that had the problems and had the issues were games that quite literally are known for bad optimization. So are you surprised that Star Wars Outlaws pushed out a bad patch with PSSR? It's like these people just absolutely tour their way through gaming. They don't pay attention to anything that's going on. Anybody that played Jedi Survivor or Star Wars Outlaws saw those headlines that those games pushed out bad PSSR patches, and we all knew what was going on. We all knew what was going on. I was like, well, yeah, that's not surprising. Those games are horribly optimized. I'm so shocked that that dev team pushed out a bad patch. Instead of drooling on yourself like a caveman and being like, yeah, PSSR flopped 4 games out of 70. Like, Jiminy Christmas. And to be in the tech world, to be in the gaming world, to be in an environment where stuff like this always comes out and has to go through updates, revisions, and fixes, it's like, come on, man. This is normal. And if that's the worst we get is 4 out of 70, that's a pretty good ratio. Playing Baldur's Gate 3 on my PlayStation Pro is night and day from the PlayStation 5 base. The visuals are crisp and the frame rate is greatly improved. Right, like, they'll ignore, like, imagine how intellectually dishonest you have to be to ignore 70-something games and fixate on 4 games, 2 of which are known for optimization issues already. Before the Pro even hit the market, Jedi Survivor and Star Wars Outlaws were known for having problems. Like, just ignore that Space Marine 2 is night and day, and its PSSR is immaculately implemented. Like, just ignore that. See, you always know you're dealing with a dishonest person when they don't actually give you all of the facts. They want to, like, shove all this stuff out of the frame, and they want to fixate on these things. And it's like, when those games pushed out bad patches, I acknowledged it. I was like, yeah, that's stupid. I don't think Sony should let them do that. I think Sony should have quality control. I put that in my video today. Acknowledge the games that did it. Acknowledge what happened. This is what their response has been. This is what I think Sony should do in response. But I also don't ignore the fact that like 70-something games have implemented updates with 0 problem. It's like, be balanced, be measured, have integrity. Like, it isn't difficult. It's just, you just put the facts before people. When did Space Marine 2 put PSSR in? It wasn't there day 1. It was 7 days ago. I believe it was on the 12th of this month when they pushed out their update. And buddy, let me tell you, I'm having to force myself to finish Kane of Bridge of Spirits. I booted it up. I moved around for 10 seconds and I was like, oh my gosh. It was immediately noticeable. And a guy named Gaming Tech, he put out a video. He observed, he thinks it's a new version of PSSR. He's like, I don't know. He's like, this is the best implementation of PSSR I've seen. I can't wait for the Digital Foundry breakdown of Space Marine 2 on the PS5 Pro with the updates. They haven't done it yet. They did the other Space Marine game that came out recently, and it seemed like it was doing well also, but yeah, initially Jedi Survivor was barely playable. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's just so drenched in disingenuousness and dishonesty. It's like, come on, man. Star Wars Outlaws and Jedi Survivor? Now, Avatar Frontiers of Pandora and Alan Wake 2, they prove that dev teams and the guys and gals in charge, they've got to be careful. They've got to be careful. You can't just shove out a PSSR update and wreck your game. You've got to make sure it's actually going to improve, not make things worse. So now all they've done in Alan Wake 2 and Avatar is they let you toggle PSSR off. Okay. And they'll also tell you, better than Horizon? Well, Horizon, as far as I know, is not using PSSR. This is another false framing piece of dishonesty that's out there. They'll tell you that PSSR is a flop and a failure because Guerrilla opted to use the upscaler that's in Decima. And the upscaler in Decima is quite good. So they're like, yeah, PSSR is a failure. Well, no, you're just a liar. It's not a failure and a flop. It's just case by case. There are going to be some games that utilize it. There are going to be some games that don't utilize it. They're going to use the advanced ray tracing instead. They're going to use the stronger GPU to push certain things, and maybe they don't use PSSR. PSSR isn't necessary every time, but properly used, it's quite good. 4 out of 70 equals 95% of the PS5 Pro games patched or great upgrades. That's exactly right, James Pitts. Horizon Forbidden West on PS5 Pro offers quality and performance without compromise. Guerrilla devs explain the new enhancements. Did they just tweet that just now? Yeah. The Guerrilla devs just put out a blog today on the 19th. No, it's a video. Hang on. Do they have a blog about it? It's a little easier to read. No, they don't have a blog. So they just pushed out a video about this very thing. It's 1 minute and 47 seconds. Let's see what they have to say.
As a developer, we try to give people something that really takes them out of their daily lives and transports them to a world with beautiful graphics, fighting robot machines, and an environment that people haven't been to before. With PS5, players that played Horizon Forbidden West had the option to go resolution mode, balanced mode, or performance mode. Choosing one of these options will either give you high graphics fidelity or frame rate. With the power of PlayStation 5 Pro, you don't have to compromise on quality anymore. You can simply choose the performance mode and get the graphics fidelity that the PlayStation 5 resolution mode gave you, and then some. With the extra horsepower of the PlayStation 5 Pro, we were able to do things like more stable depth of field, more samples and cleaner volumetrics. We can render forward rendered elements like fire, holograms and explosions at full resolution, creating an extremely sharp image even in performance mode. Playing Horizon Forbidden West, players no longer have to choose between quality or performance. You can have both. As such, their experience will be a lot more smooth, stable and enjoyable. The power of PlayStation 5 Pro also enables us to render higher quality clouds and render characters further into the distance. This enhances the gameplay experience for players in Horizon Forbidden West.
There you go. They didn't talk about how they use their upscaler over PSSR, but yeah. That game looks incredible on the Pro. I mean, the Pro failed, guys, though. It amounted of, what did it amount in sales? The PS5 Pro is like 20% of their consoles sold in November. But remember, everybody said it was a flop and it wasn't going to sell, and it was DOA, and at $700, nobody would buy one. Yeah. And then you watch that trailer and you're like, the Pro is a flop. The Pro has failed. Uh-huh. Merry morning. Yo, what's good, Crow Quill? How are you? How are you, my friend? That's the level everyone else had to try to get to. Yeah, and I mean, according to my quick pan and scan in the game, and according to one of the breakdowns from somebody already, Space Marine 2's update is quite good. What happened? How long? Sorry, bud. Hey. I know, but the top ones. You'll get through it, bud. You'll get through it. No family vacation because metal in my kid's mouth costs that much. 4 gifted members from Stone Spire runs it all the way up to 400. Thank you so much. Sorry, my kiddo just got back from the orthodontist. He's got a expander in and everything else. You have to tell me later. You have to tell me. Thank you, Tsilu, with 20 months. Sub Lono. Thank you so much, dude, for the member plus. That's actually an Agent of Chaos. That pushes us past 400. There it is. All right, let me gift you guys the 5 members that I owe you. But yeah, the PlayStation 5 Pro was going to fail. It wasn't going to sell, and PSSR is a flop. I'm telling you, the only way you can believe the people that are saying this is if you don't actually go and look at any reporting, any breakdowns, any of the facts. You're just believing fan fiction. You're just believing liars. Like, I continue to think that if you lock yourself around just the facts and the truth, all this other stuff's just going to fall by the wayside. Do you think Bungie will give Barrett a settlement? Yes, because they don't want to go through discovery. I think he knows that. I've not really reported on that. I don't really care. I think he got what he deserved, and I think Bungie might get what they deserve. But I'm here to tell you, he's banking on them not wanting to go to discovery because of things that have happened at that company. He knows. He can afford to take him to court. He can afford it. But he knows they're not going to want to go through discovery. It's the same reason that Twitch settled with Doc. Twitch didn't want to go through discovery either. A lot of these companies will literally settle, not because they'll lose, but because they don't want to go through discovery. So, we'll see. That's pretty much all I want to say about it. Does anyone try to make a Christmas list of games that you're planning on buying in 2025? I did, and I freaked myself out a bit. Mark Cerny's deep dive into the PS5 Pro is amazing. His PlayStation 5 Pro technical presentation I thought was really helpful to show people that, and this was something that I consistently said about it, was that I felt like it was just the beginning. The impression that I got, the impression that I felt was this is just sort of the start of what they're planning on doing. And Mark Cerny made that pretty clear with Project Amethyst and AMD. They've got their eyesight on the horizon. Welcome back, Cisco, as a member plus. That adds to the total as well. Thank you, sir. This is a long tail plan. It goes so much farther beyond what I think a lot of people thought. I think a lot of people thought that, oh no, yeah, this is just like some dumb mid-gen upgrade cash grab. And it's like, no, I believe this is an investment in the future. They're investing in tech advancements within the console space. Now, if you really, really watch closely the Digital Foundry interview with Cerny, and he starts talking about the Project Amethyst thing, it's crystal clear he is concerned about the console. He is like, basically, Project Amethyst is orbiting around, in Cerny's mind, it's orbiting around the console. They want lightweight, really, really easy to use things for the console to use machine learning and AI. He wants to be lightweight. He wants it to work for them. He's not focused on helping AMD with PC. Now, obviously, AMD has their own goals. So, and in case you guys missed it and you were irritated about the Killzone thing that they did in Helldivers 2, in the spirit of the holidays, the second half of the event, they're just going to gift it to everybody. You're going to get free stuff in Helldivers 2. I believe they pushed that out today. So, be sure to boot that game up and enjoy some free Killzone cosmetics. He said a couple of times they're not making a PC. Yeah, he really stressed that. That really dovetails with what I've been saying about Herman Hulst's commentary earlier this year. It's like when he said we take a dual approach to PC, live service goes day and date. We stagger our big tentpoles in the hopes that they might come to the console for the sequel. Their goal with PC, it orbits around the console. Cerny's goal with Project Amethyst, it's orbiting around the console. I don't think this is surprising at all. It isn't. They've been signaling this for a while. They've been signaling that they are concerned with the console's future. And that's why I kept saying, like, I think the Pro is just the beginning. I think it's just getting started. In the spirit of avoiding bad publicity, well, I didn't think that what they did with the Killzone stuff was that big of a deal. They were trying to avoid another war bond situation, and they had gotten a lot of feedback about it. And in this situation, you know, people basically provided them with feedback and they responded. You can still earn super credits. Nothing that they put out there, nothing that they put into the game recently with that event is like outside of your reach. You know what I'm saying? It's not like they made it inaccessible to you, if that makes sense. They're doubling down on making it clear they're not making a PC. At the same time, Twitter says they're doing day and date on PC. I mean, I guarantee you, I said this yesterday, you're going to see a bunch of false narratives, false frames, and lies about the China Hero project because those are PlayStation published games that are going to land on PC, like Lost Soul aside. And they're going to claim that that's PlayStation going day and date on PC. No, it's not. It's publishing efforts in a market where PC is a larger market. And so they're going to go into the Chinese market and they're going to say, okay, we will publish these Chinese developed games and we'll allow them to be day and date because it's not a PlayStation first party studio. It's not PlayStation first party property. It's PlayStation published Chinese developed games in the China Hero project. But once again, all that nuance goes out the window when you're dealing with somebody who's not concerned with being truthful. So if you're going to be truthful about it, do research. The major stakeholder in the developer that's making Lost Soul aside is Tencent. It's not PlayStation. PlayStation's publishing. PlayStation will commonly do that. I mean, they own Helldivers too, and they published. They own the IP, they don't own the studio, and they publish it day and date on PC because it's live service. They're going to have exceptions to the rule. But again, you go back to what Herman Hulst said, he clearly signaled that they are not moving in that direction. It's why they haven't shifted around like the personnel at the studios. They haven't hired for day and date. They haven't hired for parallel development. There's been zero signs that that's where they're going. Zero. There's been zero signs that that's where they're headed. So, in general, I think it's easy to get spooked and scared and think that, oh no, PlayStation's changing, and you know, PlayStation's going day and date, and all the rest. But I'm here to tell you that the minute that starts to change, you will see it signaled first. You will see it signaled first to the shareholders. You will see it signaled first on those earnings calls. That's always where those changes first start to show up. You know, I've continued to say that. That's why everybody that ignored, you know, the stuff that happened with Xbox, like ignoring that, it just didn't make any sense. It was like, what? They're telling you that that's what they're going to do. Does that mean that they're not going to make a PC launcher? I still feel like a PC launcher is going to happen because they see PC as additive. They see PC as additive. So to me, it's like they don't care about necessarily being in Steam. They're over there to expose themselves to that potential audience. Is chat frozen? I don't know what happened. There's only a couple of you chatting all of a sudden. If you guys are having to refresh because of chat, I am sorry. I don't have any control over that. Everything's fine on my end. My bitrate's stable. The back end looks fine. But yeah, chat just completely stopped. There's almost 700 people here. I would imagine something's going on YouTube's end. I highly doubt a PC launcher's in the pipeline after failed attempts from other publishers. Well, they're not a publisher, they're a platform. So you have to consider that. Right? They are not a publisher, they're a platform. Yes, they publish games also, but they are primarily a platform. So with PlayStation primarily being a platform, their launcher would have a very different goal. I tend to agree with you that I think a launcher is a stupid idea. I've consistently said I can't see why you would do a launcher. I can't see why you would decide that, oh yeah, we should do a launcher, because I think you're going up against a Leviathan in Steam. But in my mind, they would do it to get more money. If you just get a couple million people, you know, to buy, maybe let's just say 1 million. You get 1 million people to buy your game through your launcher instead of Steam, and then 6 months later you kick it to Steam, they make more money. They make 100%. I still think it's a bad idea, because all you're going to end up doing is essentially going up against Steam needlessly. I think you just continue to use Steam as an additive marketplace, and you just keep putting things over there. I think the sweet spot's 18 months. Louis Love is scolding chat. He's like, 700 people and only 250 likes? Yeah, what's the deal with that? They all think they can do a launcher till they fail, unless they actually bring something on par with Steam. They may as well not do it. I don't think if they did a launcher, I don't think the goal would be to be on par with Steam. I don't think it would be. Sony works with Steam. Instead of fighting them, they could have a PlayStation mode on Steam who already has big picture mode. I don't think they would necessarily care about the interface, Paris. It would be about the money. It would be about the money. They would make 100% on the sale instead of having to do a 70% split with Steam. And whenever you do that, if you can get a decent amount of people, again, I think there would be folks that would say, that's fine, I don't care. They would say that. They'd be like, that's fine, I don't care, I'll download the launcher. I really want to play that game. Right? Well, if they do that, then you make more money in that window of time. The question would be, would it be worth the money to invest in it, support it, launch it, and all the rest? Would it be worth that? Because I think a lot of people would envision it not being worth all the money and the effort. Again, if you look at the requirement of the PSN login, and they don't even care, requiring you to do the login for like God of War Ragnarok, they might think a launcher is a good idea. They may be like, well, who cares? They'll do it if they want the game. Did YouTube break? The video froze and now I can't reload it? I don't think so. Some people were definitely having a problem with chat, though. As PC, yes, we use Steam over almost anything. Yeah, there's going to be the vast majority, hear me say this, the vast majority of people wouldn't want the launcher and wouldn't download it. The PC user base has proven their reticence to download a new launcher and use it. They don't want to. You tick people off even more going that route. They'll either wait for Steam or not buy it altogether. Here's what they'll base it off of, Omar. Here's what they'll base it off of. If you were willing to create a login, and you were willing to do that to get God of War Ragnarok, that number is likely indicative of those that would be willing to do it. Do you see? Like if you're willing to make a login and then sync it with Steam, if you're willing to do that, to me, I think you're signaling to PlayStation that I would download a launcher. It depends on the game, obviously. It depends on the game. But that's what I think you're signaling. I think you're signaling to them that you would be 100% willing to download the launcher if the game is in demand well enough. It's possible that's why they're requiring that login. They're trying to data scrape and analyze behavior, and they want to know, okay, are you the younger version of James Gunn? You know what? I kind of see it a little bit, that we have a similar hairstyle and glasses. Our libraries are there, cloud saves, achievements, the social features. They aren't going to match that experience on PC. Surely no. No, they won't. That's one of the biggest challenges of getting the Steam people to come over. It's a huge challenge. It's like, I've got all my stuff here. I said this earlier. I know what that's like. I know what it's like to have all your stuff in one spot, and you don't like the idea of leaving your stuff behind. I didn't like feeling that whenever I stopped booting up my Xbox. It was like, that's where all my stuff is. I've never gotten the sense that Sony is about data. They're about control. You can take it or leave it. I think that's another way of looking at it, Zubair, and I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you. Look at how they handle their marketing. They really like to be in control. They don't like to give a lot to big events. They'll give you like one thing. They're controlling the trickle of their marketing. The PlayStation PC launcher would never target Steam users. It would be for people in the PlayStation ecosystem who have a PC, giving them more access to their games. It could also be that as well, Paul. It could be multifaceted. They would get a percentage of people that are like, you know what? I like having all my games on Steam, but I'm not waiting. Boom. And they'd get the launcher and they'd buy the game. Guys, do me a really quick favor. If you haven't hit the like button yet, we're close to that 300 like milestone. Let's get to 300 likes. Continue checking to see if you have a membership renewal. We have a refresh super chat goal. You guys already hit it and made me add members. You can do it again. And then keep that membership goal going as well with renewals, gifteds. We had a little membership train earlier. If you've never done a membership before on YouTube, try it out for the first time today and make sure you pick Member Plus. We had a little member train going. 4 or 5 people today jumped in brand new. That is so huge. That's huge. We need more and more folks doing that to support what we do here. Steam has cloud saves. Play anywhere with the Steam Deck. As everything a PlayStation does, important for making games. I'm not sure what the last part means. Ragnarok Steam peak was 35,000 compared to 70 for Ghost of Tsushima, so it's obviously having an impact. What the target is internally for Sony, we'll never know. I think that's a completely fair-made point, Faffer. I think that's a completely fair-made point. What they did with Ragnarok, it did. It impacted it. It impacted sales. It 100% impacted sales. There is zero doubt in my mind that there were people that said, forget your sequel. I am not doing that. The Steam user base is, they are persnickety, man. They have their preferences, as they should. I think consumers should stand by their convictions. If you don't want to do that, then don't do it. You know, then don't do it. If you don't want to do it, don't do it. Hang on one second. Hang on. I gotta respond to this. Would love to hear more. There we go. Sorry. So does PlayStation, you have saves, you can play anywhere, PlayStation Portal if you have Wi-Fi. Yeah, I don't think you're never going to move somebody with features. You move people with games. And if your library is sitting over there on Steam, I think you're gonna stay put for a while. And you're gonna stay put for a long while. Like you are not gonna want to move. You're not gonna want to download a new launcher. Or Ragnarok had already been played, or Ghost was an older game that people probably didn't buy a PS5 for. I don't know, Occam's razor. I don't agree, Eugene. Just applying Occam's razor, the most likely reason that Ragnarok sold less and saw a significant drop in comparison is quite literally because of the sign-in. No doubt in my mind. New Siri is exactly the same. Oh, somebody did an overlay. I don't understand why people are freaking out about Siri in the Witcher 4 ad. In terms of proportions, their faces are pretty much identical. The only difference is new Siri has slightly thicker lips and larger cheekbones, which would actually make her more feminine, not less. Is this really what people are freaking out about? So this guy did an analysis of the proportions here. And I kept trying to tell people the same thing. I was like, if you go to the original game, it's the same face. And her lips are actually more accentuated here. Those are definitely more feminine. I mean, that is considered an attractive feature. Yeah, that debate's just dumb. And again, it's more than likely propagated by grifters using photoshopped images like they did with Aloy. They lack the moral fiber and the character and integrity to be honest. They do. So I would expect that dialogue to continue because that's how they make their money. They're frauds. So don't expect that dialogue to die down. They have established that their brand and their value and how they make money, they have to lie to do it. So they're not going to stop. They're not suddenly going to become a truth teller. They won't. It's that they need to make money. Again, with the screenshot argument, it's a CGI trailer. Even like what that guy did, he even took a good screenshot of both and he lined them up and said the proportions of the face are the same. The proportions are the same, you know? If you have to use photoshopped images to make your argument, then you're not worth listening to. You're just a liar. What I want is those funky PS Vita memory cards, at least now. No new format since the PS4 years, I think. I mean, I wasn't around for that era in PlayStation. I'm a late adopter. I jumped in really, really late to PlayStation. Ragnarok in its first month on PlayStation outsold Ghost's lifetime through today. I just don't. You're just not going to convince me, Eugene. You're not going to convince me that the reason Ragnarok saw a diminishment of sales on Steam was because everybody played it on PlayStation 5. You're probably accounting for a percentage of the people, but I'm here to tell you, that the easiest explanation, the thing that we know, we 100% know will make people not buy a game on Steam is that login. Look at what happened with Helldivers 2. Look at the moment. You cannot ignore that moment. The way that people rallied and spam downvoted like crazy. I mean like crazy. They got Sony to bend the knee on PSN login. That's how strong that user base is, and that's how strongly they think about this. So the easiest explanation is to say, if there's a percentage of people that didn't buy Ragnarok on Steam for a particular reason, that's likely the reason that's taking up the largest percentage of the pie. Because of what we saw happen with Helldivers. Why can't they sell content like all other games? Because it's a live service game and it segments your player base. That's why, Paul. You can't sell expansive content in a game like Helldivers 2 because it hurts your matchmaking. You can't, but it's not that simple. It's not an easy explanation. I'm not implying it's an easy explanation. If you listen to what I just said, I think if you take a pie chart and you say, what's the percentage of people that didn't buy Ragnarok because of the login? I think they're the largest slice of the pie. I think they're the largest slice of the pie based on everything we saw leading up to that moment. Everything we saw leading up to that moment said this user base is going to respond negatively to a PSN requirement. They are going to. They're going to say no strongly. To act like that's not a significant factor in the sales diminishment of Ragnarok, I think is to ignore basic patterns of behavior. Air Drymire with 28 months. Air Drymore. Air Dry More. Is that what your name is supposed to be? Air Dry More? Like to dry something, air dry it more? Anyways. 28 months. I started making my 2025 games to buy list. I was at 12 in the first quarter when my bank called and they asked me to stop. Yo, that's a member plus. Takes us to 403. Appreciate it. They got Sony to put the PSN requirement on all their games. They're all bending the knee. What? I'm not sure what you're saying. I've been on PlayStation since the original. Wasn't until this gen I wanted an Xbox. As far as PC goes, I want one and don't. I want one for the perks, but I don't want one with all the fine-tuning to play. Yeah, you know, I think that's a common thing that people are like, I don't want to deal with that. I think that's also fair. Yeah. You know, I think it's also fair to say, yeah, I don't want to mess with any of that. Looks Celtish? I've never known how to say his name. It always makes me think of the Nutcracker with Air Drawmeyer or whatever his name is. I'm sure some did respond negatively, but to ignore the Ragnarok move PS5s and the people had likely already bought it and played it and weren't looking for a PC version is folly. I again don't think that's the majority. I've totally acknowledged, and I've said this earlier to you, I've acknowledged that a percentage of people that didn't buy it are in that camp. You're correct. I don't think they're the majority. I don't. Look at the insane response of Helldivers 2. You cannot ignore that monsoon of people, that movement, that attitude, that vibe, that feel. You can't ignore that and be like, yeah, they're probably not the majority, though. It was probably people who bought PlayStations. I just don't think so. I really, really don't think so. Ghost was also a PS4 game, just like God of War. I don't think it has to do with people already playing it. Well, I think what he would argue is that it was an older game that was more long-awaited, which is why it sold more. I believe that's what Eugene was trying to intimate. You think all PC players might buy PS5 after 2018 to play RAG? A lot of them did, DJB. A lot of people did. We have a handful of people just in our community that quite literally did that. They bought a PS5 to play Ragnarok. We're not even a very big community. And within our community, I think we have 5 people that have admitted, yes, I played 2018 on PC and I had to play Ragnarok. I bought a PS5. There are people that did it. I don't think it's as many as maybe some might think, but yeah. Listen, Herman Hulst wouldn't say what he said to shareholders if it wasn't working. He wouldn't say what he said if it wasn't working. You got to imagine what he said to the shareholders on that earnings call. He basically said, we're using your money and your investment to do this, and this is what we hope will happen as a result. Do you know what's going to happen in the future? He is going to be asked to substantiate if that worked or not. You don't say what he said lightheartedly to your shareholders. Like, yeah, we have a dual approach with PC. Live service goes day and date. Big tentpole titles go over, hoping that, in the future, they might come over to the console for a sequel. He will be asked about that strategy in the future. They're not just going to forget that he said that. They're not trying to switch PC players to PS5. They're trying to sell PS5 to PC players. Big difference. That also is the point, is like, they're not trying to get user conversion. They're trying to get user acquisition. They just want you to buy a PlayStation. Everything they're doing orbits around the PlayStation, whether it's the Portal or the PS5 Pro or Project Amethyst that Mark Cerny talked about with Digital Foundry. It all orbits around the console. It all orbits around the console because that's what they're focused on. They just went into a deeper collaborative effort with AMD, and they did it for the console. So that's what Cerny said. So they're not investing in tech. They're not investing in studios. They're not investing in work that is centered around anything other than console. Everything, all roads lead here, the console. That's what everything's done about. When they make a decision, that's what they're considering. I feel like exclusivity beyond a year is what makes the difference when convincing PC guys to buy a PS5. Xbox exclusivity windows are nothing serious, but waiting 1+ years is a deciding factor. That's why I think 18 months is a sweet spot. 18 months is a sweet spot. If you can convince people that they're not going to want to wait, they're not going to want to wait that long, 18 months. You can convince them like, that's a year and a half from now, I might not even care anymore, right? 13. They might not even care anymore. It makes sense. It makes sense to them. It's like, well, yeah, I'm just going to buy it now. Why would I wait? I bought a PS5 in anticipation for Monster Hunter and PS5 enhanced games. If GTA 6 comes out next year, then that's a bonus. Also a factor is that the superiority of PC hardware doesn't always translate to superior experience. Sometimes the best place to play is on the console. Guys, real quick, we're super close to 300 likes. Keep pressing it. Double check the $ at the bottom of the chat. You may have a membership renewal to celebrate, and that adds to the goal. a lot of factors to why Ragnarok had lower numbers. I don't think it's totally down to the PS login. I've not once tried to argue that it all comes down to the PSN login. I've continually tried to say that's the larger percentage. That's the larger percentage. I think the biggest group of people that went, I'm not buying your game, I think it's Steam users that don't want to log in. There are way too many of them to act like that wasn't the majority of the reason. I don't think it's the only reason. I don't think it's that's the only thing. I think that's the biggest group. I think it's the biggest group. I do. Because of the way they reacted to Helldivers, I just think it's super, super easy to see. There's more overlap between Steam and PS5 owners than people think. I mean, that's probably also true. That's probably also true, that there's greater overlap, for sure. Yo, Andrew, I'm gifted, but I love the channel. Keep it up, Lono, and Merry Christmas to you and your family. Hey, Andrew, I appreciate it. I'm glad you've been able to get it gifted for that long. I know a lot of you guys support the channel as best you can with listening, with lurking, with hitting the like button, and you got to be on a gifted. That's totally fine. That right there, folks, is why I keep saying, if you can afford your own membership, upgrade for $1. Jump out of that gifted pool and make room for folks that just can't afford it right now. And that way, whenever those gifteds go out, they're first in line. A $5 super chat from Dan starts the new super chat goal. Thank you, Dan. Is a low-cost monitor better for gaming than one 4K I don't know what you're saying. I got my Pro today. Chat, help out Dan. I'm not the guy to ask about a monitor versus a television with respect to quality. That's not my area at all. And a 10 bomb from Rissick. He says, I'll hit that $sign at the bottom of the chat, and I will bless 10 people with the membership. Welcome on in. If you got a gifted membership, be sure to say thank you to Rissick. Oh, my PC only buddies just look at us like we're idiots. I mean, yeah, that's fine. The phrasing that the best gaming experience is PC needs an asterisk. We're specifically referring to very high-end PCs. The average PC gamer is not getting a better game experience than the PS5 Pro. Well, and that's a common, that's a common debate point that I do think is worth visiting. Like, well, this PC is so much stronger than that. And it's like, well, is that the PC that you have? Is that the PC that you have? You know, is your PC that amazing? By the way, we're halfway through December. Did everybody that said they could build a $700 PC that would be stronger than the PS5 Pro, have they uploaded their videos yet? I haven't seen them. I wonder why they haven't done that. I wonder why they moved just to the next false narrative, right? You run one false narrative until it runs out of gas and then just jump to the next. So, you know, we had to hear about how I can build a $700 PC that's equal to the Pro. Really? Did you? Where are the videos? Where are all those videos? Helping out your PC brethren to build a rig equal to the PS5 Pro for $700. Why didn't you do that for your dear beloved PC brethren? Where are all those videos? Oh, that's right. We've just moved from that false narrative to the new false narrative that PSSR is a flop and it's a failure and it's not working right. That's right. And then once that false narrative runs out of gas, you'll just move on to the next one. It must get tiring being dishonest. You know, it's got to be exhausting. Just ring out the false narrative, make as much money as you can, and then move on to the next false narrative. Still waiting for all those videos. I told y'all they wouldn't make them. I told y'all we'd never see $700 rigs that actually go toe-to-toe with the Pro as they said they could do. Surprise, surprise. DK Beggar with the VIP. And then a gifted member as well takes us to 415. That's a nice setup, DK Baker. We're a 10 bomb away from 425. They said they could, but they didn't. Actions speak louder than words. That's right. Yeah. Just got to move on to the next false narrative, you know? How liberating it is to not be a liar. Oh, it's so liberating to not constantly have to lie to people every day. Well, I could do it, but I'm not going to. PSSR failed. Uh-huh. Sure, Jan. Oh, my gosh. I've been an Xbox guy my whole life, says Cool Spoon. He's talking in the members-only Discord, by the way. I'm 28, and for 23 years I've been playing on Xbox. I buy physical when I can, and I do use backwards compatibility somewhat often. I have a Switch as well for handheld gaming mainly, but I love it. As a console, it's probably my all-time favorite. All that said, I'm considering getting PC handheld next gen instead of a Switch, and depending on how things go. Stuff like the Steam Deck is very tempting. I would just need a lot more power out of a PC handheld for now. So... Vampire Survivors is free on the Epic Game Store. Yeah, that's well worth picking up, dude. Vampire Survivors is so fun. You should already have purchased it, for Pete's sakes. There's a reason the Air Force literally bought hundreds of PlayStations to create low-cost supercomputer cluster. Wait, why did they do that, Paris? Because they all had the same exact specs? Like, does that make it easier or something? Why would they do that? Yo, what's good, Feed? I see you in the chat. PC games are stealing the PlayStation games. That's the bottom line. What's the bottom line? Something that you just typed that's not true? Why do you think that's the bottom line? How are PC games stealing the PlayStation games? Outline that for me, because what you typed isn't true. Better game experience to me doesn't always mean specifically resolution and pure graphical power, says Spice King. I think it's fair to say that even with less powerful PC, you have more control over your games. In respect to settings and mods. And you're presuming that that's better, and I'm presuming that it isn't. I don't want to go in and tinker and mess with settings and fiddle around with things. I would like a game to come out fully optimized and ready to rock and roll. That's what I want. I want them to come out fully optimized and ready to rock and roll. I don't want to go in and fiddle and tweak and adjust things. What you see a value point, I see diminishment. I don't want to go and do all that. I get so tired of that every time I've ever booted up a PC game, with the exception of like the little indie survivor games where there's not much to tinker with. I always have to go in and fiddle with things. I don't want to do that. That's just one more step between me and the game. That's like making me sign up for a profile with your dumb website. That's just one more thing I don't want to do. I just want to get into the game. Like, you see it as a value point, and that's totally fine. That's subjective to you. It's a value point to you that you can go in and change those things. I don't want that at all. Give me a handful of super optimized settings, and then that's it. Performance, quality, whatever. PC gamers don't pirate games. So, wait, I don't understand your point, though. You're correct that there are people who steal PlayStation games. Okay, that's a fact. We don't know to what percentage. Why were you saying that? Were you saying that as a positive, a negative? What's your overarching point in bringing that up? I don't understand what you're saying. There is a percentage of people that steal PlayStation games. This is true. Go beyond just stating that. What are you trying to communicate by bringing that up? I don't understand. Just curious, can you still pirate a game if it requires a PSN login? I am sure they'll find a way to remove the login requirement. I don't think that that's that difficult for people that commonly do that. That's fine too, says Spikes King. I just see the term better gaming experience, and I think that's very subjective. That is precisely it. every time Spice King somebody says, oh, this is a better gaming experience, what they're saying is ... for me. This is a better gaming experience ... for me. Right? Like that's extremely common. That somebody has established a bunch of value points, a bunch of things that they as the consumer like or don't like, and when they say this is the best gaming experience ... for me. Right now, I have a relative who plays on a Series S, right? That's the best experience for him because it's literally what he could afford. It's what he could afford. Now, I have a friend who owns multiple businesses, and money wouldn't even be an issue for him at all. So if he asked me which console to buy, I would say get the PS5 Pro. Hook it up to your TV and check out one of these racing games or something, and it'll blow your dadgum mind how good it looks. That would be the best gaming experience for my friend who owns multiple businesses and would be able to buy a couple of Pros if he wanted. He just like put one in his theater room, put one in his living room, right? So the best gaming experience is always going to be dependent upon the consumer themselves. I think a lot of people didn't understand why for months, and since probably it was late 2021 or late 2022 where I started kind of wailing. I started wailing on the Series S and being critical of it. Well, fans thought I was talking about them, and I was never talking about them. It was always about Xbox and their choices. Published yesterday on gamingbible.com, Bloodborne fans quietly hyped by new game announcement. Bloodborne fans, as per usual, are widely theorizing about the prospect of new official content in their favorite Souls-like, but they might actually be onto something this time. In case you missed it, FromSoftware has announced a brand new game, Elden Ring Night Reign. Fans were quick to realize that some Dark Souls content has found its way into the trailer for the upcoming game, as Dark Souls 3 boss, the Nameless King, can be seen during the announcement trailer. Following a recent interview with Famitsu, Night Reign's director, Junya Ishizaki, explained that he, quote, thought it would be interesting to have enemies from another world appear, so he decided to get permission from Miyazaki and Tanamura so they could feature some Dark Souls enemies in the new game. Now, nothing in Ishizaki's comment directly implies that any FromSoftware content outside of Dark Souls might make it in. Sorry. But that hasn't stopped the Bloodborne community from speculating. Some of said speculation is pretty convincing. For instance, this post on the Bloodborne subreddit, which pointed out that one of the weapons in Elden Ring Night Reign's trailer looks a lot like Stake Driver's weapon in the Bloodborne base game. Then, less convincingly, there's a whole bunch of posts, such as this one, from folks who seem to think they've spotted Lady Maria in the trailer. Personally, I don't think that it's actually her, but hey, I'd love to be proven wrong. The real question is, considering that Bloodborne is a PlayStation exclusive and Elden Ring Night Reign is not, are FromSoftware even allowed to put Bloodborne content into the game? I would wager no, but there's always a chance that Sony might let them anyway. These guys are down bad. Yeah, I feel bad for the Bloodborne guys. I feel bad. I feel bad for the Bloodborne guys. That's why I put the Elden Ring guy on the thumbnail today. I wanted to update you about Sony Kadokawa and the PlayStation FromSoftware, the potential deal there. I wanted to update people about it, but I didn't put Bloodborne on the thumb. I didn't. It was I just felt bad doing it. So I put Elden Ring on the thumbnail. Yeah. I don't want to dish out thousands of more dollars so that I can have a similar or worse experience to the PS5 Pro. Shader compilation, bad optimization, mods. I don't want any of that. Can't do this to me? Yeah, sorry. No, Bloodborne. That's what's going to happen. When the Bloodborne announcement finally happens, everyone's going to be like, it's coming. I knew it. It's like every single time there's an event, people are like, Bloodborne's coming. Bloodborne's coming. I'm like, oh, shut up. I'm like, it's probably not. It's probably not. this new deal Sony's made gives them control over some IP. It doesn't seem like it. No, Sneaky Wolf. They will have a greater say on the board about things that happen, but no, I don't think this is going to turn into what I was worried about. I was worried about it becoming like Sony's going to start wanting FromSoft games to have the PSN login requirement on Steam. Therefore, they would end up like region locking games. And I was against that. So I don't think that's what this is about. It seems like a protective measure to protect Kadokawa from getting a hostile takeover. Now, it is with regard to some IP from what Hiroki Totoki was saying. So this could end up seeing some anime shift around. And maybe we get some timed exclusivity from FromSoftware or something in the future. But what you're not going to see is FromSoftware treated like a PlayStation first-party studio. That's not going to happen. I don't think you're going to see that. I still think FromSoft games will be multi-plat. I don't think they'll require the PSN login. That was my greatest concern, was that it was going to turn into a merger or buyout. And then FromSoft would just be another PlayStation studio, which would be really, really bad news for any future FromSoft title. Like if you're on Steam and you're in a region where you can't get a PSN, well, then you'd have to go through all of the loopholes and all of the rigmarole of getting past that. Yeah, there was a protective measure. It's basically this isn't the first time they've done this, I don't think. I believe somebody said this morning they've done this with Square Enix as well. I thought they did this in the past. This isn't the first time. I don't think they've either done this with Kadokawa. I feel like they've done this before. I'm going to be honest, I can't go back to PC. I get sucked into FOMO whenever new hardware and a GPU comes out. Yeah, I mean, I can resonate with that. Like wanting to be like, oh, my rig's not strong enough anymore. Yeah. There was a time where after I got my 2080 Ti, I remember being like, oh, maybe we should. And it was just like, I just never felt like going through the trouble of getting the company to build it and paying them and having it shipped and having to make sure everything works. Like the first time they sent me something, it didn't work. The GPU was dead when it showed up. They bought stock to help them and sold it back to them later. Yeah, that was something they did in the past, right? I don't think this is not the first time they've done something like this to help them out. So, but Sony evil? Yes. Sony evil, Sony bad. And they just protected FromSoft's parent company from, hostile takeover. But yeah, sure. Sure. It's not a hostile takeover when Kadokawa went to them first. They wanted Sony to do this. No. Nobody's saying Sony's is a hostile takeover. Sony's protecting them from one. Yeah, Sony is protecting them from one. That's the going narrative right now. So, yeah. It makes me think of GMM buying Smosh and then selling them back to them. There still could be Sony published PS5 exclusive games coming from FromSoftware in the future. It just won't be every game. Yeah, Jack, I mean, I definitely think we'll potentially see some of that. I do think if Sony's at the table with the board and Kadokawa and they're looking at FromSoft and they're looking at FromSoftware property and they're saying, listen, we make a great team here, we make a great team. Let's make this next game a timed exclusive or something like that. Is that the real? No, it's not. That's not the real review tech. I was like, ain't no way Rich stopped by here. After he made content about me a while ago making fun of me, so I wouldn't expect him to super chat me. The PC Master Race sends its condolences for the alleged market disruptor. Oh man, I really, really hope that that's somebody on an alt, because how pathetic. In my stream, giving me money Yeah. You know, it's interesting. It is being market disruptive because it accounted for 20% of the sales last month of PlayStation consoles after we were told that it wouldn't sell at all. And it sparked a new tech investment as well as a partnership with AMD, with Amethyst, and the future of machine learning and AI implementation in consoles. So, where are those $700 PC videos again? Where are they? I tell you what, keep super chatting me $5 and I'll make the video, right? Super chat me enough to buy the $700 rig and I'll make the video, since apparently you can't. Sony's showing restraint with the whole Kadokawa situation. I wonder if Microsoft would have had the same with Bethesda or ABK. Oh, like they could have come in and just purchased. Like, basically, they could have taken advantage of the situation and purchased enough to get controlling interest, you mean? Or like an actual buyout? I would imagine that that's not something they would want to do in the future. Because it seems to me that that region of the world, they tend to play nice with each other. They do. They tend to play nice with each other. I think that would put Sony into a really bad spot, like, geopolitically. You understand? Like, I think if they were to done something like that, it wouldn't have gone well for them. You don't want to basically start to take advantage of your fellow companies in your country and start getting, they could get into hot water with, I mean, the government might step in and say, hey, that's not cool. You're not doing that. So it seems to me that they play nice over there. There's a lot of like, hey, this is mutually beneficial for us to do this, rather than just step in an abusive way, take a controlling interest of the company or buy them out. They didn't even buy a controlling interest, I don't think. They just had the majority of the stock. A controlling interest would be, correct me if I'm wrong here, financial guys. Controlling interest would be 51%, would it not? Having a majority stake isn't a controlling interest. It's just they have the majority. So they get a stronger say at the table with the board. That's my very basic understanding of the situation. Is that they didn't actually buy a controlling interest. Like, they can't dictate what happens, but they are going to have a stronger say. Yo, and Gerowen, I don't know how to say your name. That's a 5 bomb of members. Thank you so much. And that bumps us to 420. Nice. Not a bad number at all. Everyone's saying yes, 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 yes. Majority would be 50 plus 1. So yeah, so they didn't buy a controlling interest. So they can't pick up the phone on January the 8th and say, hey, all games going forward are exclusive. That's not what happens. Typically it's very simple. 51% is controlling, largest single shareholder. Largest single shareholder, that's a tongue twister, is the majority. Thank you, Alapart. Those companies don't practice predatory capitalism. That understanding is spot on. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm a layman in that world, but I have enough of an understanding. Is YouTube audio being dumb for anyone else? No, I'm just stammering. That's just me. I don't mean Lono's mangling of the language. Lager. I've got Lager on the brain. That's why Square didn't buy Enix. They partnered to become Square Enix. Okay. You can have 5% and still vote out everyone, hence hostile takeover, vote of no confidence. Well, I just don't sense, I do not sense, my general sense is that these companies play nice with each other. And that's why they did this. They would have potentially caused, it would have likely been a self-inflicted wound to be hostile to Kadokawa. It would have been a self-inflicted wound if to go in and like hostily take over. Because I believe the fear was it was going to be a Korean company that was going to try to do it. What was the name of the company? Yeah, because I think this is a Japanese company protecting another Japanese company. I believe the fear of the takeover was from a Korean company, and it was again, they're playing nice with their fellow countrymen. It's like, we're not going to let that happen. We're going to protect you from this by buying a majority stake. Pan culture is more like help each other out and then see another company. Right, exactly. Rather than they wouldn't want that. That's exactly right. So, didn't Sony already have 14% investment? I believe they sold that back to them, is what was said this morning in chat. What was said this morning in chat is they bought back then to protect them, and then they eventually sold it back to them. So it sounds like they're doing it again. Cacao, however you say that. Kadokawa. You missed my re-up? I did? Oh, I'm so sorry. 35 months from Jom. I'm super sorry, dude. Almost 3 whole years been waiting for this re-up to tell you I've been got by CD Projekt Red. So unbelievably hyped by Witcher 4. I hope Santa brings me a PS5 this year. Well, after 3 years of support on my channel and a VIP, I hope it's a PS5 Pro. And that gets us to 421. Thank you so much. I'm wondering if buying the majority option was considered by Microsoft for ABK and Bethesda. It's certainly more cost effective than outright buyout and doesn't force Xbox into the third publisher role. Japanese companies have no issue helping each other out if it means defending one of their own from foreign ownership. This is correct. There's also, I believe there is Japanese law with respect to, like, the government itself has things in place to protect from hostile foreign takeover. Like, they don't want some other country coming in and doing something like that and suddenly having control over of a Japanese company. Amazon owns Santa, sorry. I didn't know that. That's interesting. You don't have to worry about managing the company as well. Yes. That's another thing, is it's like you just kind of let them do what they're doing. They don't need to step in. They don't need to come and step in and take over and do any of that. They just let them keep doing what they're doing. This guy says, I love how you talk with your chat. You just got a sub from me. Thank you. Yeah, if you guys have never been here before, make sure and hit the subscribe button and the bell button. I'm a highly interactive streamer. I'm safe for work. A lot of people treat this like a podcast or a radio show Monday through Friday. Also, take a quick second and hit the like button. If we can get to 400 likes, that would really help out the channel. That would help out this video for the rest of the time that we're here. And a lot of the times near the midway point of the stream, people start submitting questions. People start submitting questions as well as trying to extend the stream. So I let you guys do that periodically. And I got a question right here from Spider Senseless. He says, Helldivers 2 recently extended the time to get the Killzone items in the Superstore, but does that solve the overall issue of how they are handling their first crossover? Also, Halo crossover when? Well, in case you missed it, the second wave of Killzone items they are giving away to you for free. It's the same thing. It's just a different set. It's an armor set. It's 2 guns. I have 2 guns. It's 2 guns and a banner and a cape. So you actually are getting more in the second wave, and they're giving it to everybody today for free. The negative reaction prompted them to say, hey, you know what? We hear you. Here's the second wave for free. So good on Arrowhead for the quick response and the goodwill. I think that's the right way to treat your community. If there's one thing they're learning, with a live service game, react quickly and react in a quality way. If you react quickly and you react in a quality way, you'll win back that goodwill from people. So if people booted up the game yesterday and were irritated about the Killzone thing, they're going to boot up the game today and have a nice present. And I think they understand that the live service player funnel is volatile, and it's far better to err on the side of being just generous and giving people, you know, a goodwill gesture. That has more weight than like digging your heels in and being like, no. That's just the way that it's going to be. Now, they did have a measure of transparency with the community. They said, you know, by doing these, you know, these types of things with paid cosmetics or crossover events and things, it enables them to push out free content. It enables them to push out free content. And here's the thing you have to understand about a company like that. All right? They are not able to charge for content. They can't do it because it would fragment the player base. If they started charging for new content, new events, new planets, new enemies, fragments the player base, because you're always going to have people who didn't buy the content that you can't play with, or you're not going to be able to matchmake with. Fragmenting your player base is terrible. Now, we saw this explained rather strongly and I think rather well by the Respawn guys when they made all the maps that one time free. I believe it was Titanfall 2 when they said this. So, the only time Slono was not safe for work was when he called Stone a master. I've never said that. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Andy Ackerman setting up another super chat goal of confetti. I've never said that. I think I said he's always baiting. He is. He's always baiting the chat to continue gifting. You guys should do it right now. Scramble this to 430 and see if you can bait one of the big boys to drop the 20 to get us to 450. See if you can do it. Typically, I close up shop at 12:30, and I've been letting you guys extend the stream by doing that. So see if you can't do it. See if you can't take over for Stone Spire today. Like, somebody pick up his mantle of baiting. Dave Langer says, not sure if you've talked about this. What is your take on Elden Ring Night Rain not having duos, but solo or trios? I don't understand it. This is my only thought. My only thought is it was easier for them to scale to a group of 3, because I'm just going to assume that the bosses and the enemies are going to scale when there's 3 of you, because this is a brand new game. This isn't Elden Ring or Dark Souls 3. So when you pull 3 people in, I'm just going to assume, and Joker Quinn says, I will help, and there it is. He bumps the line by 1 to 422. Thank you. And VIP from Hex bumps it to 423, and Hex says, after 37 months, a little over 3 years, where is the time gone? We'll always support you and your content. Merry Christmas and keep up the incredible work. Thank you very much, Hex. SDO says, we all need to support the cause. That's right. And another one from Keithius. There it is. Many hands make light work. Everybody banding together. We got a little member train going. You guys are awesome. Thank you very, very much. And don't forget, when we hit stretch goal this week, if you hit it, you get a night of Frickmas on Friday night. You're going to want to be here for it. It'll be a good time. I'm going to decorate a tree and put on a hat, and we'll have drinks, laughs, books. It's going to be great. You're not going to want to miss it. If it's a rogue, then choosing a path requires an odd number of players. Maybe 2 causes problems. Yeah, it's possible. And there he is. Stone Spire is here. He's like, nuh-uh. He's like, you guys aren't leaving me out of this. And he bumps the line perfectly to 425. He's the man. It's randomly generated. It's a rogue. If you play it by yourself, then it's probably going to be brutal. Maybe. I just wonder if it was easier for them to scale. Fall Guys confirmed today. I put this up yesterday, Hilly. Yes, this is the game for tomorrow. If they hit the goal, you and I are playing Fall Guys with them tomorrow afternoon. Every week, you guys can unlock 2 segments. One of them is playing something with Hilly and I, or making us play something. Hilly and I are going to stream no matter what, but you can dictate what we do. And then Friday night you can also unlock, which we're well on pace to do that this week. Will you read the night before Christmas? I usually read that at the end of the night. Yes, Zelda. Any studio Sony doesn't get leaves open for Xbox being worse evil. I don't think Xbox is buying any more studios, DJB. I don't think so. And a 5 from SDO says, my concern is Dark Souls always let anything from 1 to 4 players. This game feels rushed. And we need one more super chat to make confetti. And we got one more gifted from DK Bager. DK Bager, the old school single gifted king is back. Good to see you, DK. Yeah, I'm obviously in the same camp as y'all. If you find that irritating, this is the question that was submitted by a member. You guys can submit questions with the question command. So if you became a new member today or you were gifted, try it out. You can use that question command and it'll pop up on the screen. And the idea that you can only do solos or trios in the Elden Ring game, I'm here to tell you, there's got to be reasons. I don't know what they are, but I'm in the camp with you. I think it's a bummer. I do. I think it's a gigantic bummer that, like, you can't just jump in and do a duo. It's got to be a scaling thing, maybe, that when you run the rogue with 3, you know, they scale things to that group, and if you go in with 2, it just is harder to scale properly, and maybe it was too difficult or too punishing. I don't know. I don't know. I get it. I get the frustration. I'm right there with y'all. You guys know I'm like the one who never stops celebrating and pushing for, you know, more co-op. I love co-op. I love playing 2-player, you know, but I've never heard of anything like this before. It's weird. It is weird. I'll admit it's weird to be like, hey, come play our co-op game. Oh, that's awesome. How many players can play together? 1 or 3? What about 2? No. What about 4? No. It's like, huh? Like, it is. It's odd. It's very, very awkward. It's unique. First time here. Awesome show. I appreciate that, Tom. Thank you very much. I love co-op games, and I think this is an odd choice. I do. So, Lono is to co-op as I am to path tracing. This is correct. This is correct. If you guys are new here, welcome on in. I am a Safe for Work broadcaster. Monday through Friday, we're in here having a good time doing shows. There's also an upload on the channel. If you guys have not watched that upload yet, if you've not watched that upload yet, do me a favor and go give it a watch, a like, and a comment. You can always get featured in the channel whenever you leave comments on those videos. It's about the PS5 Pro, the PSSR, the Mark Cerny presentation. So, and now people are submitting questions, and Mash comes in with the 20 bomb. He's a little early. He just about does it. He takes us to 446. And he's like, I'm going to help. I'm going to help make it happen. And there it is. He always shows up. He's like Santa Claus. He's always right on time, and he's always very generous. Make sure and say thank you to Mash. A great way to show your appreciation to Mash is to hit the like button right now. All right? Let's hit the like button. We need one more super chat. It'll make confetti. It makes me add to the total as well. That's the one way you can make me add to the total is through the super chat goal. And we've already done it once. We can do it again. Let's hit 400 likes. Perfect Image is asking a question here. Doesn't Tencent own a piece of FromSoft? I actually don't know what the percentage is that they own, but FromSoft's parent company is Kadokawa. PlayStation will be the majority holder after January the 7th. So I don't know what Tencent's holding currently is. And a 5 bomb from Keithius secures the 450. And it's an Agent of Chaos. He pushes us past 450 to 451. I owe you guys 5 members. I'll owe you 5 more if we get the super chat confetti. You guys have been amazing this week. It's just absolutely incredible. Every week, y'all show up with the viewership and with the support. And Ackerman says, bet. And Andy Ackerman makes the confetti. There it is. Thank you so much, Andy Ackerman. I'm going to reset the goal. I've been letting you guys do it just for 5. I will gift 5 members. I've been lowering that just because you guys have been so generous. It makes it really, really easy. I take some of the super chat and I throw it right back in the community's lap and gift some members, and I'm going to do it again. And my 5 from Super Chats is the one time that you can add mine to the goal. 456. 456. There it is. And now I owe you 5 more. Make sure and say thank you to the folks that are doing those Super Chats, because they're also ensuring that you guys get members. DK Bager gifts another one to 457. Just repeating, says Zelda Heart. The boss before the final boss in Night Rain is a Cerberus that splits into 3 separate dogs. Maybe it doesn't split if you're solo. Not a bad observation, Zelda. Not a bad observation at all. Good show. Thank you. I appreciate that, Run Havoc. I asked for this earlier, and you guys showed up and you provided. If you've never done a membership before on YouTube, try one out today. Excuse me. I'm getting emotional. Try one out today. Pick the $6 member tier. Pick Member Plus. It's $6 instead of $5. Let's get another one of those going. We did that earlier, and 4 or 5 people did it. They count as 2. Help us out. It helps me out. It helps the community out. Let's get a little train of those going. And then you can do something like this and submit a question. Spice King submits a question as a member and says, is there any game that currently doesn't have a pro patch that you really want to see get one? Yes! Black Myth Wukong. I want Black Myth Wukong to get rid of frame gen. Get frame gen out of the game. Give me a proper 60 FPS performance mode. That's the game. I'm dying to go back in and play that game. And a 20 bomb from Mike Beckett, a brand new member today. And he tag teams with Rissick for 50. Unreal. Unbelievable. Not in any days that I've ever done this have I ever seen a brand new member drop a 20 bomb at the same time as a 50 bomb from one of the monsters in this community, Rissick. That's a big one. 477. Thank you, Mike Beckett. The man, the myth, the legend. The white badge gifter from downtown drops a 20 bomb, and Rissick drops the 50 bomb on top as well. And I've got to bump this all the way to 527. And you guys are now working on the Frickmas. I got to get a Santa hat. I got to get a Santa hat PNG. You guys did it. And then we got a renewal from Leo Mara. 16 months. Will your cat make an appearance at Frickmas? No. He lives in the garage now. And Stone Spire's going to come in, and he's going to try to daisy chain this. I know what Stone Spire's going to do. He's going to walk this to 530 with 3 singles. He wants another 20 bomb. And Chalice DJ with 8 months of member. Welcome back. I appreciate that very, very much. Quick, say things while chat is taking over. No one will read it. I secretly like playing at 1080. And a 50 bomb from MASH! It's a train of member bombs. Unbelievable. All the way to 580. This is not happening. Are you kidding me, MASH? What are you doing? Let somebody else for a change, MASH. He's like, not on my watch. He's like, if you think I'm going to let Rissick come in here and take the crown, Jiminy Christmas. And Lazy Nerd hits 28 months and says, so hype. Thank you so much. 581 on the week. I got to get a Santa hat PNG. Hang on, I got to find one. Santa hat PNG. I need one. We got to put it down there on the member goal. I can't. I don't know. I don't have to rotate it though. Maybe this one. No, that's not a real one. They always do these fake PNGs on open image in a new tab. Yeah, they do these fake PNGs when you do a Google search and it's not actually transparent. Oh my gosh, it always makes me want to punch somebody. Let me hear open image in a new tab. Yeah. This one will work. I got one. I got a good one. Save image. It's a web. Oh, the web P. Converter. Hang on 1 second. We're going to do this. We are going to do this right the frick now. Continue without disabling. And a single from DK Bager. Thank you so much. DK Bager bumps it to 582. You guys are going so crazy. The chat's still scrolling. All right, I got it downloaded. Hopefully I didn't make myself drop any frames. All right, I'm going to go in here into the fall guy, and I'm going to change him to, give me 1 second. There. We're going to do this. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm also going to move him above the image. There you go. All right. That's what you're working on now. Lono, an elf with attitude. Man, shut the frick up, Andy. Shut the frick up. Okay, so that's what you're working on now. When that hits 600, we will do a Friday night of Frickmas tomorrow night, and then we'll maybe do another stretch goal. If you guys want, if you guys hit 700, I'll try to get a Santa outfit. I'll go to the store and try to find one. Or maybe, no, I'll tell you what. I'll just get stuff to decorate the tree with. I don't have anything to decorate the tree with. So this hit 600. We're doing Frickmas. If you go beyond that again, I'll get decorated. I'll get stuff for the tree. I'll get stuff for the tree tonight. My wife and I will be out on the way home. I can pick stuff up. That's what we're working on. Tom Henderson says, where do you go for your video game news and why? I go to Tommy Hendy. Because I trust them. I go to Insider Gaming because I trust them. I'm sourcing them more than anything. That would be great. That would be great. We're getting now that we're really, really close to that 50K mark. We're getting more and more offers for things. It's really, really, really exciting. Oh, holy mackerel. So, I saw Wicked in the theaters last night. Could have sworn I saw Lono and Munchkin. Oh, stop. So now you guys are just being unkind. Lono should be an elf on the shelf since he's so short. Mash says, my pleasure. Yeah, guys, make sure and say thank you to Mash and Rissick. And another big thank you, a big thank you to Mike Beckett. He just became a member today. He hasn't even upgraded to Member Plus, and he's busy handing out memberships. A really great way to honor what everybody has done today. What everybody has done with gifting members, a great way to honor that is, if you can afford it, upgrade that gifted membership to a Member Plus. It's $1. It pulls you out of the gifted member pool, and it makes room for others. I know a lot of y'all are in a tough spot right now, and you're in a jam, and you're grateful for the gifted members. I'm not talking to you. There are folks that are here on the regular. You listen, you lurk, you enjoy the content. It's $6 a month, and you can upgrade for $1 because they've already paid for your membership. All right, let's go back to some of these questions here. We got another question here from Patrick Q. He says, are you aware of Jackbox Survey Scramble? It's not part of a party pack, and it seems like it's kind of flying under the radar, but could be an awesome community game. I've not looked at the reviews. Jackbox Survey Scramble. I felt like it didn't do all that well. They launched it kind of quietly. The Gamer gave it an 8 out of 10. Let me see here if they've got it. Where would I... let's see if it's in Steam. And then Joker Quinn with a single gifted. Thank you so much. Bumps the line to 583. You the best. Right now we're working on the Frickmas stretch goal. Currently it has a 93%. What's the isn't this the one where tons of people can play? What's the max players on this? I feel like that's why we didn't do it. Game mode support 2 to 10 players and then 10,000 audience members. I think that's maybe why we just said let's not bother. I mean, we could certainly try it. Thoughts on the new Superman movie trailer? I'm just protecting my heart, bro. I'm like, look, I think it's good. It might be good. Ooh. And then I stop. I stop short. At first I was worried because of the colors, but then the slow-mo sequences, I watched it with the music. that soundtrack is gonna be just, it's gonna cook, bro. The remix of the John Williams soundtrack is, oh my gosh, I'm excited. I'm trying so hard not to be excited. I'm trying so hard. I'm a Superman fan. I love Superman. He's my man, dude, from when I was a kid. And I watched it with the music, and when it got to the end, I was like, James Gunn, you better not mess this up, James. You better. Oh my gosh. I think it looks so good. It really, oh. I'm so worried though. I'm like, it's Superman, dude. It's really easy to mess up Superman. Hollow Judgment with 30 months. Thank you so much. Sekiro is just a rhythm game with samurai swords. Changed my mind. It's definitely rhythm-based. You're not wrong, but there's a lot of strategy behind when to take punish opportunities for damage. Some enemies are far more susceptible to posture damage when you injure them, and so there is a little bit more to it than just pure rhythm. I'm ready to be hurt again. It's got the gun vibe for sure. Here's the thing. I love what Hans Zimmer did with his melody that then crescendos into a song that is very much inspired by John Williams. However, this new trailer and the music remixing John Williams, like taking his melody and remixing it with like a guitar, homie, I'm there. It hit real good. I was like, okay, all right. Y'all might be cooking over here with this Superman movie. So I was super worried. I'm not a huge fan of the suit. But the vibe of the trailer looked very, very good. So we are seeing that PS5 Pro, performance modes for Monster Hunter Wilds has hit. And we are seeing pretty significant numbers for, that's not bad at all. If they're able to maintain 60, upscaling is supported with AMD FSR. Oops, sorry, hang on. So they are offering 60 FPS on the PS5. I'm curious what the Pro is going to do. You know? I'm curious what the Pro is going to do. Have they released any performance information about the Pro? What are we playing over Christmas? I'm really trying to finish Kena Bridge of Spirits so I can go back and finish Space Marine 2 because it looks so insane on the Pro now. I mean, it looks insane. Nuts. You know what I mean? I'm holding off. I really need to finish Kena. So, yeah. But yeah, Patrick, back to your question about, Jackbox survey scramble. We can always try that on like a members Friday night or something, like tomorrow night with Frickmas or in the afternoon with Hilly. But we picked Fall Guys for tomorrow afternoon. So you guys have unlocked community game. We fight. I don't know. PS5 Pro enhanced support will be available with the day one patch. Oh, there will be a PS5 Pro enhancement patch day one on Monster Hunter Wilds. The dev team is working on lowering the minimum graphics board specs for PC. Final details are still being worked on. PC benchmark tool is considered for release. You've been playing on the Pro as well, Space Marine 2. Oh, man. Can you please stream the Kena finale? You want me to stream the Kena finale? I don't know. Looks a little too CW to me. Gunn also makes me nervous. His movies are a little silly. He said this one's not going to be as silly as Guardian, so that makes me feel better. People still play Fall Guys. Marvel Rivals would be dope. Yeah, but Marvel Rivals is not a good community game because I want a bunch of people to come in and just have fun, not like get a team together and go sweat. You know what I'm saying? The Marvel Rivals will just quickly turn sweaty, and I think that's a bad... I don't... Fall Guys is always a good vibe. Anytime we've done it, it's been a good vibe. So... And we haven't played it in a while. I'm sure there's like little holiday theme stuff we can do to get into the spirit of the day, because tomorrow's all about Frickmas. So, what's the streaming schedule for next week? Just off Tuesday and Wednesday. I'll talk about it with Creature and my wife. I don't know about just completely taking Christmas Eve off. It's probably not worth doing anything that day because viewership would be terrible. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm incorrect. Definitely taking Christmas Day off, no doubt. And then the day after, I don't know. That week usually is tough. And that's a tough week with Christmas landing like literally in the center of the week. That makes it really tough because it really hurts viewership. You know, it's like really hard to go live. It's really hard to go live on holidays and around holidays, both before and after, because like just everybody's busy and they don't tune in because they're busy. Did you hear about the intergalactic plot leaks? I heard there's no space combat. The intergalactic plot is fake. It didn't leak. And there it is. Mike Beckett says, I'm not done. I'm counting that as 2. I'm letting him double dip. I actually owe you guys a 10 bomb right now. I do. I owe you guys a 10 bomb of members. And I tell you what, I'm going to do it right now. And what I need you to do right now is get us to 400 likes. We're super, super close. There's still a bunch of you here. And there's the 10 that I owe you for hitting 500 and hitting 550. You guys are amazing. Thank you again for the generosity. I'll definitely be here Tuesday if there's a stream. I gotta work. Yeah, I sometimes feel like we've done that. I feel like last year, I swear last year it was like this, wasn't it? I feel like I streamed on Christmas Eve. No, Christmas Eve was on a Saturday and Christmas was on a Monday. That was freaking perfect. What about the year before? The year before, Christmas Eve was on a Saturday, Christmas was on a Sunday. Good golly. This is the worst it's ever been. This is the worst it's ever been. This is terrible timing to have it right in the center of the week. Will we get the Frickmas blend of coffee by Christmas? Oh, you should. You should. I don't have any new orders, but everything up to now has been shipped. You're working on the 24th. We'll just show up and shoot the shot, a couple drinks in the office. I'll put you on the big screen in the conference room. I think we'll probably would do maybe do an upload and a show on the 24th. We'll see. Definitely nothing Christmas Day. And then the day after Christmas, again, that could be just like a late start and hang out with members or something. I don't know. Maybe a short member stream with Madam. I don't know. Why not just work on an upload? It just depends. I like to do both. I like to do an upload in the morning and then a live stream. I like to do both every day if I can. So, Microsoft has reportedly acquired nearly twice as many NVIDIA GPUs as its rivals. Maybe they are trying to create SkypeNet. I'm assuming this for cloud infrastructure, maybe? I'm out of order till like the 3rd. Family stuff is wild. Oh, for sure. Yeah. The holidays are always a bit of a snag. Always. It's just the way that it goes. Because people are traveling. I've got stuff I'm going to be doing. Obviously, I'm a family man, so I've got, responsibilities and things like that. So, will YouTube Shorts make a return on the channel in 25? Yes, probably we'll do longer ones since they're opening up 3-minute shorts. We don't do them right now. We did the Path of Exile one. And it did really, really well. So I'm always open to doing more of those. We just need them to be worth it. A lot of the times we would take all this time and effort and energy and we'd find good clips, or I would record like standalone versions of shorts, and they would perform terribly and make no money. And I'm like, we've got better things to spend our time on. I only have so much time in a day. And it's like we were spending time plotting out, recording, editing shorts, and then they wouldn't do anything. It's like, well, we're not messing with this. So, if you do stream, I will be here. Don't do Christmas. Oh, I will not stream on Christmas, homie. No, I take that day off regardless. That's never going to be a thing. The best case scenario would be to just take Christmas off. Now, Christmas Eve, if I do work, it would be a short day. I would probably end around lunchtime and then be gone. No members, no nothing. I would just peace out. So which I'm going to take a very, very quick break and hit ads. We're going to go. You guys extended the stream. We're just going to keep going, but I have to take a break. I can't keep streaming. I've been sitting in the chair for 2.5 hours. I got to take a quick break. This is the only time I hit ads. It does support the stream. You might not get an ad. Submit some questions while I'm gone. Keep hitting the like button. We're close to 400 likes. I'll be right back. We can keep it going. You guys can now kind of turn it into an AMA. All right? I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. You guys are the best. Okay. I got a question here from Citizen JV. He says, what quarter of 2025 do you think Ghost of Yotei will release? I think it's the second half of the year. If it was the first half, I think they would have announced that at the Game Awards. That's just my prediction. That if it was the first half of 2025, I think they would have given a release date trailer to Keighley at the Game Awards. So I think it's the second half of the year. And the reason we don't have a date yet is likely because of GTA 6. I think we'll get a release date in the summer, and they're probably hoping that by the summer we have a GTA 6 release date. So that's my thought on it. Now, according to Hiroki Totoki, all fiscal years going forward, we should be getting big first-party tentpole titles. Like, that should just be happening going forward, according to Hiroki Totoki. So, I think we're getting more than Yotei next year. I don't know what it is, though. If we're only going to get one big first-party game a year, I'm going to find that to be a little frustrating. The cadence should pick up now, not be one a year. They came out strong. They slowed down the year of Spider-Man, and then they really slowed down this year. Now, this year they delivered on exclusives. There's no doubt. There's no question there. They delivered a great lineup of exclusives. That bought them a year where the only first-party guy to show up was Astrobot. Okay, all right, that's fine. Now we're in the second half of the gen. It's time for that cadence to pick up. I think we should get 2 big first-party games every year. And then we do know, because of PlayStation's efforts, we should also get a good amount of exclusives as well. Like something like a Death Stranding 2 or Like what we got this year with like Stellar Blade, Rise of the Ronin, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. Like that's a pretty strong lineup. Intergalactic is an interesting one because that's been in production since 2020. So I don't know. I really, really don't know. Everybody keeps talking about it like it's still a few years out. And I'm like, from everything we know, Intergalactic's been in production for 4 years already. Wolverine could be one. No, if Wolverine was in the first half of the year, they would have already said something about it, Dave. Wolverine is not next year. I don't think so. They wouldn't hold a Marvel property under their hat like that. I really, really don't think that they would do that. Generally speaking, the way that Sony operates, it's Yote then Intergalactic. Like if you follow their marketing patterns, okay, if you follow their marketing patterns, it's Yote, then it's Intergalactic. Now, if next year it's a Days Gone remaster, which we've heard is in production, and then Yote, and that's it from first party, I would call that kind of disappointing from first party perspective. Now, if we also get the Death Stranding 2 as an exclusive, and probably a smattering of other exclusives, it'll still be a strong year. It's not like it's going to be a weak year, but I will find that to be disappointing. It's like now is when I'm expecting, from what Totoki said, going forward, we should at the very minimum be getting 2 a year. Now, she typed 7202 in the trailer, and that's 2027 backwards. 2027 doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't. That would be 7 years of production. No, there's no way. I think they're in the final stages of Intergalactic because when they got the guy, he was at Santa Monica, then he went to Netflix, and now he's back at Naughty Dog. He's like, I'm here to work on the next big thing. They should be shifting to the next big thing if what he says is true. Now, maybe not the full studio, but that doesn't make any sense. If you've been working on it since 2020 and you announce it at the Game Awards 2024 and you make people wait 3 years, that makes zero sense to me. I think people are reading into that number and they shouldn't be. I don't think you should read into the 7202 as like, oh, that's 2027 backwards. If there's one thing I know about these types of games and announcements, they typically don't like put the release year in the trailer as like an Easter egg. Sony's first party in 2024 was TLU 2 Remastered, MLB The Show, Astrobot, Concord Shut Down. They've had more than one first party release. Well, TLU 2 Remaster is not a release, it's a remaster, so I don't count that. MLB The Show is not a first party studio, right? I don't think it's a first party studio, right? Don't they help? Who makes that? MLB The Show developer. That was this year? San Diego Studio and Sony Interactive. Is it a collaborative effort? Oh, it is a PlayStation studio. I didn't know that. So it is a PlayStation studio. So they did release that this year? I didn't realize they released MLB this year. When did it release? MLB The Show 24. What was its release date? Oh, in March. Okay. I didn't know that. I thought they treated that one differently because it also ends up on Xbox. So I always thought that one was treated differently and considered differently. Okay, I was wrong. So we got 2 first-party studio games this year. I don't pay attention to the sports games, so that's my fault. Okay, so 2. I'm not going to count TLU 2 Remaster because that's not a release. That's a remaster of an existing game. The show is multiplat. Did it land on Xbox and PlayStation at the exact same time? Is it multiplat or is it staggered? It's every year. It doesn't look like it even has a good score. Yeah, it has a bad score. I wouldn't be celebrating that one. In any case. So my point still stands. I mean, we can get pedantic about the fact that we got TLU 2 Remaster, MLB, and Astrobot. Astrobot was really, in my mind, the only actual first-party release because it was exclusive, and it wasn't multiplat, and it also didn't get terrible scores. So, to me, going forward, I want Cadence to pick up. I was just trying to drive home the point that the cadence hasn't been great the last 2 years if you're looking for the first-party studios to show up. It hasn't been. It's okay to say that. To go from, Ratchet, Demon Souls Remake, and Returnal, and then Gran Turismo 7, Horizon Forbidden West, God of War Ragnarok, to then a DLC for Horizon and Spider-Man, to then this year a multi-plat sports game and Astrobot. Come on. The cadence slowed down, and I was always okay with that because I knew it meant they're either focusing on pro optimization or they're making sure second half cadence is better, okay? In my mind, one first-party studio a year, that's not enough. I think we should be getting 2. You should be getting 1 in the first half, 1 in the second half, announce a bunch of fun things in the summer, and spread out your exclusives, and I'm happy as a clam. But if all we get is Yote next year, and then like a Days Gone remaster, I'm going to be like, yo, what's Hiroki Totoki talking about? That like going forward every fiscal year, we should be getting big first-party tentpole releases. That, one? Like, come on. Games is not great, but I didn't manage to play everything I wanted in 2024. I'm being very specific in that I want the first-party studios to start showing up more because I like what they do. They create great stuff. MLB The Show is a great game for sports gamers. Lately, it's been available via PS Plus for free, potentially reducing the rating by extending to people less interested in sports. I mean, maybe. Disappointed in the output, but I'm also at peace with dev time from first party at this point. Helldivers, Rise of the Ronin, Stellar Blade held it down. Is it justified to upgrade from PS5 first gen to PS5 Pro for casual console gamer? Sony single players games are awesome. It depends on if you want the absolute best performance. If you want the absolute best performance, then yeah, I believe that the Pro is warranted, especially if you're going to trade in. When does this fiscal year end? In March or April. So the next fiscal year, as soon as we roll over into second quarter next year, the cadence from first party is supposed to pick up. Hiroki Totoki made that assurance. So I'm like, all right, if it's just Yote, then I don't know what the frick you guys are doing. Regardless of when they land, if you analyze PlayStation's marketing, right now, the order should be Yote and then Intergalactic. Well, maybe Wolverine gets to cut. Maybe not cut, but Wolverine was announced. But Wolverine was announced in kind of a weird way. Wolverine was teased. Intergalactic got like an actual legitimate trailer. So in my mind, when I'm assessing the order here, it's Yote, Intergalactic, Wolverine. I don't know when they land, but that's the order right now, unless they've got surprises. Check my last. It's going to be Ghosts of Yote and Fair Games or Marathon or something. Oh, that's right. Marathon's supposed to be next year, isn't it? Oh, if that'll be extremely disappointing if that's one of the ones they're counting in their increase of cadence. I keep forgetting about the live service games because I just want them to go away. I'm okay with live service games like Helldivers coming out. These live service PvP games I just think are such a stupid idea. You guys can debate me on this all you want. I told you this about Concord, and I got told so many different things, and I ended up being right. I'm here to tell you, Marathon and Fair Games are flops waiting to happen. Yeah, and wouldn't those be multiplats? Those wouldn't even be the major releases, the live service games. When Totoki said what he said, I don't think he was talking about Fair Games or Marathon, because Marathon's multiplat. So no, I don't think so. I really hope they're not counting those, because that would be very disappointing. Lost Soul Aside and Phantom Blade Zero. Lost Soul Aside is next year. That's not a first party studio. I'm talking about the first party PlayStation studios. I'm talking about Naughty Dog. I'm talking about Bend. I'm talking about Sucker Punch. I'm talking about Santa Monica and Gorilla and Bluepoint and Housemark. I want them. I want to start seeing what they've got. Death Stranding 2 and Yote are the only big ones next year, and no Intergalactic next year. I'm not saying Intergalactic is next year. What I'm saying is from PlayStation first-party studios, I'm looking at the marketing, and that's what they're signaling. PlayStation just let Yote get announced and get a release window announcement, and then the next big announcement they had was Intergalactic. So that, to me, signals that, in Sony's mind, first-party PlayStation studio order of operations, like Yote's going to come out, and then the next big PlayStation first-party studio game to come out is going to be Intergalactic. My only objection to your point is, if we are having an objective conversation about first-party releases, all games published by Sony count. I dislike people discounting games to make a point. In this conversation, I'm not keeping score. I am talking about PlayStation Studios. I'm not talking about publishing. I don't give a frick about publishing because they're also publishing all those China Hero projects. That's not what I'm talking about. That's not what Hiroki Totoki was talking about. You're changing tracks on me, Corey. The context of the discussion and what I was talking about is Hiroki Totoki is talking about big first-party PlayStation Studios, not publishing efforts. That's not what he was talking about. They're publishing all those games through China Hero and all their other efforts. Publishing's great, and I welcome it, and it's exciting, and we're going to get more games, and they're going to grow in markets where they don't have a foothold right now. That's awesome. I'm talking about PlayStation first-party studios. I like them. I like their games. I'm looking forward to hearing from them, and I want that cadence to pick up in the second half of the gen. And I don't think one a year is good enough. I don't. Unfortunately, being a victim of your own success comes with changes. And since PlayStation's being so dominant and they're going to have so many exclusives every year, it might quite literally space out all the first-party PlayStation Studio stuff. Think about it. You got to treat your second-party relationships well. You've got to treat your relationships with exclusives well. You can't stomp all over them. Think about it. Like, they've become so big and so dominant, they're going to get an automatic just flood of games and companies that want to work with them and want to do exclusives with them. Well, guess what that does? That pushes your first-party PlayStation Studio cadence. It pushes it out. You can't just stomp all over some exclusive company or some China Hero game that you're publishing. That would be a big mistake. Sony obviously has a very distinct definition of major first-party exclusives. They only had Astrobot this year, and back in February it was stated that no major first-party exclusives, even Astrobot's not considered major. Well, because it isn't. It's not one of their big major tentpoles. When you say big major, like major first-party exclusive, we're talking about the big boys. We're talking about Naughty Dog. We're talking about Santa Monica. We're talking about Guerrilla. We're talking about Bend. We're talking about Sucker Punch. Those are their big dogs. Like those other studios aren't considered that. They don't make their games aren't nearly as big. Budgets aren't as big. Teams aren't as big. Marketing budget won't be as big. Do you think GTA 6 will have a tremendous impact on cadence? Oh, for sure. Yes. It wouldn't surprise me at all that GTA 6 is a part of this conversation internal at Sony. Why would they pay for exclusives at this point? Well, they're paying for exclusivity in the China Hero project, Zubair, because that's a publishing effort. And those games are actually going to land on PC and PlayStation day and date because they know the PC market in China is huge and they don't want to cut that audience off. And the developers that they're working with probably feel the same way. How long has the Horizon MMO been in development? I don't know. The Horizon cooperative game is probably closer than the MMO. To be fair, Asobi's definitely a tentpole going forward. I would say they're more of a brand ambassador than a tentpole. I don't think they're going to ever sell enough copies to be considered a tentpole. Like, I get what you're saying. I get the spirit of what you're saying. But Little Homie ain't ever going to sell enough copies to be considered a tentpole. Tentpole is like your big movers, your shakers, they're like Astrobot is an incredible brand ambassador now. And yes, we will continue to get great games from them. I'm confident in that. That Astrobot's going to be around for a very long time after what happened. But I wouldn't consider him a tentpole. Okay, I got to take some more of these questions. This is something that members can do, by the way, and we're 17 likes away from 400 likes. Thank you guys so much for the strong support today. Have you heard of Sword of the Vagrant? It's an indie side-scrolling hack and slash, and I played a year or two back on Switch. It wasn't anything crazy, but it was fun for how cheap it is. Well, let's check it out. Sword. All right, I'm literally trying to jar this keyboard. It constantly... Sword of the Vagrant. Is it on Steam? It constantly double taps my backspace, and it is infuriating. 89% on Steam. Oh, I had this on my wish list. I remember this. I remember this game. I remember the thumbnail. I remember because of the main character's got a little bit of a... She's got something going on there. This is 2D hack and slash Stellar Blade. Oh my gosh. Every character. A little absurd. A little absurd. I don't think it has a particularly high score. I think originally its score wasn't that great because I remember I took it off my wish list. I took it off my wish list, and I think it was because the score wasn't particularly strong. Maybe it's come back up over time. Guy's like, I'll happily die here. Yeah, that looks fine. I actually never checked that one out. No, I never checked that one out. Sign me up, dog. Yeah, 2D jiggle physics, amazing. When did Ben become a big studio? After they made Days Gone? I don't know. We are playing the List Wars game where the goalpost moves based on the whole on who's releasing. We don't count MLB The Show. We don't count remake or remaster. We don't count a game if it doesn't come from a specific developer. Corey, listen to me. Listen to me. I don't care about the List Wars on Twitter. I'm telling you what I personally am looking for. You are not understanding me, and so we're flat tiring, and it's irritating. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm not list warring. Don't tell me what I'm doing when I'm not doing that. I'm telling you what I want. I want to hear from Ben. I want dates. I want cadence. I want these guys to show up more because I like them and I like their games. It's not difficult to understand what I'm saying. I am not list warring, brother. Stop reframing the argument. That you're wasting my time. Like, dragging me back 10 minutes and making me restate things. I like those studios. Their projects are bigger. Their games are bigger. I like what they make. I don't care about list warring. It doesn't matter to me. But if next year I get Yote and a Days Gone remaster, I'm going to call that disappointing. I am. I'm going to call it disappointing. I don't care about internet points. I just know that I like their games. I like their games. And I want them. And I want to know what they're working on. I want the next game from Housemarque. I wouldn't consider Housemarque like one of the big boys. But I love Returnal, and I want to know what they're doing. Blue Point's working on something. That's it. They got to be making something great, right? Whatever Ben's working on. That's all I'm saying. They're big dogs. They're big guys. They're big tentpole studios and games and all of that. They slowed down. They slowed down. To act like they didn't slow down is disingenuous. You sound like those bleed green, fan fiction writers. They slowed down. We got Aloy DLC and Spider-Man 2 last year. And then this year, we got MLB Multiplat, which we get that every year. So honestly, who the frick cares? And Astrobot. And you want to count T-Lu 2 Remaster? I mean, I guess go ahead. It's one of my favorite experiences this year, but it wasn't a new game. And that's the point, is they slowed down. I just think it's being... I'm too, and obviously they'll never clip these types of things and put them in their videos, but I'm too like rigidly committed to just being accurate and honest. It's like that to me is the accurate and honest assessment that Sony's first party PlayStation studios, the cadence slowed down after that big year with Horizon, Gran Turismo, and God of War Ragnarok. I think that's a fair assessment. It's not hate. It's not internet point keeping on Twitter. It's just an honest assessment. It's like we went into the next year and we got a DLC for Horizon and Spider-Man 2. And then Final Fantasy 16 was the nice hammock game in the middle of the year. And I loved FF16. I wanted to get obviously updated on the Pro so that I can go back in and finish it. I might actually finish it without a Pro update because it does run better already. Buy double roads. Where Sony is going, they don't need roads. Lono doesn't understand that. You think I don't understand why they don't put out roadmaps? Don't talk about me like I'm not sitting right here. That's always so dadgum condescending. Lono doesn't understand that. What are you talking about? I get why they don't do roadmaps. They don't need to. I get why they took it easy this year. They didn't need to do anything. They dominated the year with like a 50-person team game and a bunch of exclusives. They dominated. Look at the sales charts. I get it. I get it intellectually, but I'm allowed to have desires. You can intellectually make it make sense why they stagger their announcements, why they're going to stagger their first-party property. I get it. I do. Intellectually, I get it. I will find that to be disappointing if I walk in the next year after 2 years of a slowed cadence from first-party studios, suddenly being like, "Oh, you're getting Yote," and maybe a remaster of Days Gone. I don't need this intellectually explained to me. I'm expressing what I would like to see. They don't need roads is a quote from Back to the Future 2. He may be joking. No, I was referring to the response where he said Lono doesn't get that. It's like, I'm not asking for a roadmap. I'm simply saying I would like more than one PlayStation studio to show up next year. I want more than one. Is that too much? Sony San Diego is definitely a first-party studio. Yes, but that's not even in my wheelhouse of care. Why? It's a multi-plat and it's a sports game. So are you going to say that you're really satisfied with Xbox's first-party cadence this year because of Black Ops 6? It's first-party, isn't it? But it's an annual release and it's a multi-plat. So who gives a frick? It's like, who cares? Does that make sense? Like, if I would never be like, yeah, dude, Xbox really nailed the first-party cadence this year and include Black Ops 6. It's a multi-plat game that comes out every year. So it's like, fine, cool. That's not what I'm concerned with. I'm concerned with the big first-party studios bringing their exclusives to market. And they took a 2-year lull. This year and last year slowed way down. They knew last year they could lean on Spider-Man 2. They knew this year they could lean on exclusives. All right, fine. It's time to pick the cadence back up again. And you can straighten your glasses at me and be like, well, MLB and TLU 2 Remaster, I don't care. I do not care. Those games don't pertain to me, and one's a remaster, it's not new, and the other's an annual multi-plat release. So I don't care about that. That's not a PlayStation first-party studio like tentpole banner game that they trot out every time they're like marketing. It's just an annual multi-plat. Annual multi-plats are just like, yeah, okay, they're assumed, they're constants, they're always there. Sony doesn't think that MLB The Show doesn't count as a major upcoming live service game. No way. They think their first-party games are all high quality. They're not making the distinction of personal preference. Okay, that's fine. Well, then let's just reframe it then, Corey. Last year, we got DLC and Spider-Man 2 from first-party studios. This year, we got a multi-plat sports title and Astrobot. That's a slower cadence. That's a slower cadence. That's not the cadence I want to see. It's like, we know MLB is coming out every year, so who cares? That's not a console mover. That's not a tentpole title. Come on, counting MLB The Show, fine. It sounds like you're doing the list war. I'm not doing the list war. I just want the brand ambassador first party PlayStation Studios to start showing up. What if next year's Yote and Intergalactic? I happen to think Intergalactic is closer than people think. People are like, oh, it's 2027. I don't think you would trot out a trailer for a game that's been in production for 4 years and be like, oh yeah, it's still 3 years away. That wouldn't make any sense. A 7-year production cycle for Intergalactic? I don't think so. Having Intergalactic land that late in the gen's life cycle doesn't make any sense. It doesn't. There's no way PlayStation fans are satiated. I don't want to speak for the fan base, but it seems like a lot of people are frustrated. Yeah, and Paul is correct. They talk about their single-player games and their live service games differently. Go back to Herman Hulst's commentary earlier this year. He talked about their approach with PC, and he said, we have a dual approach. They have the live service games that are multi-plat, and then they have their big tentpole single-player narrative-driven titles. That's what I'm talking about. The PlayStation first-party studios that are in that bucket, there's a lot of them. There's a lot of them. Housemarque is in there. I would consider Housemarque. Sucker Punch is in there. Insomniac is in there. Santa Monica, Guerrilla, Bend, Sucker Punch. Where are these people? What are they doing? We don't know. They don't say anything. I've always said this about PlayStation, is their silence is frustrating, and I know why they do it, because it works. They're not going to change because I'm irritated. They're not going to change because I'm complaining in a live stream on YouTube. They don't care about me. They don't care about me. They know it works. That blog and that video, what's it called? PlayStation. Let's see if I can find it. There it is, right here. This blog right here is nothing more than an industry dominance flex. That's all this is. That's all this is. They're in such a dominant position in the market. They're like, yeah, here's all the games coming out next year for your PlayStation. Aren't you excited? And this is the only first-party PlayStation studio in the dadgum list. This is a flex of dominance. They can do this, and then they've got all their customers like, oh man, I can't wait to play all these amazing PlayStation games. No distinction of first party, no distinction of third party, second party. They got a dadgum Xbox first party game in here. This is them saying we do not need to rely on our stuff. We don't even need to trot our stuff out until we're good and ready. And that's why they're playing from the front. They are. They're playing from the lead position, and this is what we're going to get going forward. And I'm allowed to be frustrated by it. I think anybody's allowed to be frustrated by it. They pull you in. Oh, they got Split Fiction on here. I feel like they added this one. Didn't they add this one? I don't think... Was that there originally? I feel like when they published this, we hadn't heard about Split Fiction yet. Didn't they publish this before the Game Awards? I feel like they did. Let me go to their YouTube channel. I think they're updating that list. Can we get a reaction to the Superman trailer? I've already talked about it. I'm trying to guard myself against getting excited, but it looks like he's gonna pull it off. Yeah. They published this video. So they published this video here with the games coming in 2025 along with this blog on the 10th. They published this 2 days before the Game Awards. They're adding to that blog now. because that game wasn't there. So this blog is getting updated. They're just adding games to it now. So they went back and they added, I think they added the Five Nights Secret Mimic. I don't remember this being on the list either. And they've added Split Fiction. And they've added Crimson Desert, maybe. I can't remember if Crimson Desert. Civ was definitely here. Moth of the Old Country was here. Baby Steps was here. Midnight Walk was here. Yeah, they've gone back and added Split Fiction after the Game Awards. So they know what they're doing. They get the consumers all hot and bothered. Here's the thing that frustrates me about it. Now, again, I think this is a fair thing to be frustrated by, is they pull you in with all the big titles. They pull you in with all the oohs and the ahs and the Spider-Man 2 and the Wolverine, right? They do all of that. They also added Elden Ring Night Rain. Oh, you're right, Lone Wolf. Yeah, good catch. I just scroll right past it. So, how many games is on that list now? How many? Let's just count them. I'll say it with you. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. They get 4 more on that list. That's 2 games a month. That's enough to have a game. That's enough to have a game every other week to play. That's just insane. That's insane. And only one on that list is a PlayStation first party studio. If they can get 4 more games on that list, that's basically a game every other week. Every 2 weeks you got a brand new game. Obviously they're not going to be spaced out that way on the calendar, but you get my point. The ratio of games to weeks in the year is already insane next year. I mean, it's nuts. It's bonkers. All these naysaying, grifting losers that are like, the game companies and the culture and the industry is just going into the toilet. It's just going to die. It's going to implode. Yeah. I told you guys earlier this year all those people were full of crap. Look at the games coming out. The cadence is insane. We're about to have one of the biggest years in gaming since this year. This year was enormous. We're about to have another enormous year next year. And we're not even talking about the Switch 2 and whatever they're doing, which pertains to the next question from MTO. Does Sony have any IP that can rival Mario Kart 9 launch drop? I mean, there's no reason for them to try to rival Mario Kart. That's not in their interest. That's not in their interest. You got to know your audience. I don't think the PlayStation audience is like pining for a Mario Kart competitor or rival. As evidenced by Astrobot's total sales. Astrobot sold very, very well for the game that it is, but you can tell that the vast majority of the PlayStation audience isn't looking for like a Nintendo adjacent game. 5 Spot from Dark Taco. I understand your frustration with the cadence of first party, but doesn't the quality justify the cadence? Listen, I don't want you coming in here with all your logic and your facts and your thoughtfulness when I'm in an emotional state. I know that you're right. I scroll through that list of games, and you know what's going to happen next year, Dark Taco? You know what's going to happen, and I know what's going to happen. I ain't going to finish all those dadgum games. Ain't no way. My backlog's just going to get fatter and fatter every year. I'm casual dad gamer. I don't have time for all these games. I don't have time for all these games, bro. I don't. I know it's going to happen, and I know that you're right. I know that you're right. I know that Yote is probably going to be amazing and at quality. I know when Intergalactic lands, it'll be amazing and at quality. And whatever Ben's cooking, and whatever Housemark is cooking, and Blue Point. I get it. But it's like, man, they pulled me in this gen. Their trailers, their announcements, their events. I'm like, dude, their devs are awesome. Oh, man. They bolstered all my confidence in the PlayStation first-party studio lineup, and now they're heavily leaning on exclusives, second-party deals, and the like. And I'm like, oh, man. I get where you're coming from, and I do think there is an element of like, everybody just take a breath. Even if we only get Yote next year, being on the PlayStation ecosystem, being in the PlayStation funnel is a great place to be, especially if you're on the Pro. A lot of those games, I know I'm going to have a significantly better experience because I'm going to get a really, really great Pro mode, whether it's Death Stranding 2 or AC Shadows, you know, or even something like the Elden Ring game. It's just nice to be on the strongest console. And that cadence of games, that amount of games, in addition to the fact that we're going to be getting a Switch 2, it's just like we're going to be Scrooge McDuck swimming in games. Just swimming in games. Anybody out here naysaying and running the negatives and acting like everything's bad and everything's terrible, I got news for you. They're going to have a really hard time running that narrative next year. Really hard time. It's why I think over the next 24 months, you will see the negative grifting YouTubers that are like being gamer tourists right now. They're going to move to politics and culture. Next year is going to shove them right out of the algorithm. They won't get any traction with their negative narratives. They won't. They won't. You can't be out here moaning and belly aching about how crappy the gaming industry is. The gamers that come to YouTube are gonna be like, what are you talking about, dude? I'm playing games constantly. People are gonna be too busy playing the games to come and consume the negativity and the complaining. I think it's working this year because this year there were some big flops and some big failures, and everybody's like enjoying making fun of them and mocking them, and everybody was obviously very disappointed with what happened with, you know, Justice League, which I think was fair to be angry and frustrated by what Rocksteady ended up doing. But I think next year it's going to be really, really hard to run that narrative. You can't say all of 2024 that gaming is in a downward spiral and the gaming industry is headed for failure and everything is terrible and live service games are ruining it, when next year is just going to be nothing but a steady flow of really, really good games. Asmongold was playing Astrobot and having so much fun. I think Astrobot's going to continue to show people that if you would just put down your presuppositions about what you think a good game is or what you think gaming should be about, and you just play it, you realize that like it literally gets back to the heart of why you probably started gaming to begin with. It's just fun. It doesn't put on airs. It doesn't try to be anything that it's not. It's just good, clean fun. Right? It's just good, clean fun. No, they want people will still believe it. My personal belief is it'll be harder and harder to run the narrative. It will be. I do. I think the narrative is just going to lose. It's just going to lose traction, especially if a game like Ghosts of Yote comes out and is critically acclaimed, and if it sells well, which I believe that it will, it's going to be really hard. I think it's just going to be really hard. They're going to have to ignore it. But see, the reason it works right now is they grift off of the unknown. So the trailer comes out and it's a hyper-relevant topic. So they grab a hold of it and they you know, label it, call it buzzwords and whatever. Well, when the game comes out and gets good reviews and gets critically acclaimed and sells well, well, now what are you going to do? You can't grab a hold of the relevancy and do what you typically do. Now, you could try. I'm sure they could try. And just lie like they do now. They'll just lie about everything. I have an inside source. Or here's the plot. Or I got an email from somebody. And they'll just lie to get clicks. But I just think that always runs out of ground. I just think you run out of train tracks because you're not saying anything of substance. You're not saying anything of value. Eventually people are going to catch on to the fact that, like, you're just making stuff up. Now, there are people that are always going to be sort of in a perpetual state of anger. And they'll just keep drinking from that well. But I do think you're going to start to see people drift away from that type of content because they're going to say, man, I just want to get back to gaming, and these games are actually pretty good. I'd pick up a PS5 Pro if Destiny 1 got a PSSR patch. That would be amazing. To go back to D1 and to play it at like next-gen fidelity. Here's another question from Zinthos. Would you still be against playing Avowed if it scores a 90 plus, or just skip it because of the 30? I don't care what a game scores. I'm not playing a 30 FPS game. I'm not. Look at how well Tears of the Kingdom did, and look at how much fun I was having with it. I put that game down, Zinthos, because I couldn't take it. I put down Tears of the Kingdom because I couldn't take the frame rate. Who do you think you are, Avowed? Like, that's what I look at Avowed, I'm like, who do you think you are? I wouldn't even, like, one of the best games that come out last year, and I put it down. I was like, I can't take this. Avowed's got nothing on Zelda. Like, you know what I'm saying? I put down a game people considered to be a creative masterpiece because I couldn't take it. Avowed stands no shot. Avowed stands no shot. Who do you think you are? Like, listen, I mean this. How dare you? How dare you come out in 2025 on a box that promised 60 FPS base output up to 120? How dare you come out with a 30 FPS game? It's an insult. The fact that Bleed Green guys are talking about how great Avowed's going to be and they're celebrating, and it's like, what are you doing? Where's the accountability? What's happening? As down bad as that brand is, as bad as the sales are, as frustrated as that user base is, I don't know why anybody is out here basically cheering for Avowed. You should feel insulted. Where's the self-respect? Like, you should feel insulted that they're doing it again. They're doing it again in a game where it doesn't even make any sense when I look at the gameplay. I'm like, why is this game 30 FPS? Why? You can play games that look 1,000 times more graphically impressive with far bigger vistas and render distances, and you can see your player at 60 FPS. What are they doing in Avowed? What? It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, it's got to be the Series S. The Black Myth Wukong is getting pro enhancements. Where did you see this? Are you reading old news? Because they pushed out a patch and it didn't do anything for me. I want to play performance mode. They got to remove frame gen. If they don't remove frame gen, it's never going to feel right or look right on performance mode. They pushed out a patch like last week, and it helped the quality mode and the balance mode, but I have zero interest in playing either of those modes. I don't feel that way, but I want to play it, so I'll gladly play it on PC. I paid a lot of money for it too. Yeah, but I'm not talking about you, Lone Wolf. You're a fan of that developer and Avowed. I'm talking about the guys that have been cheering for Green, Team Green, for the last 4 years. Why are they letting that game? I just don't get it. I don't get it. It's like you did all the mental backflips for Starfield and you did it for Hellblade 2. There is nothing. There is nothing in Avowed that warrants 30 FPS. Nothing that I've seen. There's a pro enhancement drop playing now. Did they do another patch? If you're talking about the patch they've already done, it did not fix the issues that I have with performance mode. They're not removing frame gen. Black Myth Wukong. They've always offended 30. I don't know why you're surprised. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything in my feeds about another patch. You're talking about the one they've already pushed out. Which, yeah, it didn't do anything for what I was frustrated by. Until they remove frame gen, it's never gonna look right or feel right to me. I can play an older game and made by a smaller team called Kena Bridge of Spirits, and it looks and performs 10 times better than Black Myth Wukong on console. It, like, going from Kena Bridge of Spirits to Black Myth, it's just embarrassing. It's like, and it really does come down to how they utilized frame gen. It's like, it's a gorgeous game. It really is. Black Myth is gorgeous. As soon as I start moving around, I'm like, ugh, like my eyes start bleeding. I'm like, this looks terrible. they're never removing frame gen. They could in a pro mode. They could. I firmly believe that the pro can run that game at 60. It can. They've just got to remove frame gen and leverage PSSR. But I don't think they're ever going to do it. You're probably right, but that's what would need to happen. As for the reason it's 30, we already know why. It's UE5. What does that have to do with anything? There's been UE5 games that have come out that have been 60. I know that UE5 has Razor Blade's Lone Wolf, but that's typically not one of them. Typically, there are issues with like stuttering and hitching, and maybe you're right. Maybe they couldn't get 60 to run well. Maybe it was always stuttering and hitching. I thought they did fix Black Myth on PS5. They did not. No. I was extremely excited, Tommy. I installed it on both my pros because I was like, here we go. They're going to fix it. I'm going to be able to go back in there and finish that game. And no. No. They pushed out a Pro Enhanced patch that helps the quality mode and the balanced mode. The performance mode is still terrible. With all the ray tracing in that game, it's weighing it down. There have been very few that have been getting consistent. Black Myth would have been fine on UE4. That's what's frustrating. They were doing great work in UE4, Paul. Their first couple of outings with videos of gameplay was all UE4. And then they switched to UE5. They fixed the performance mode. The game is using FrameGen correctly if you have a 120 hertz TV. That's not true, Corey. No. I have a 120 hertz TV. I do. That what you're saying is untrue. They are not using FrameGen correctly, brother. FrameGen is not meant to be used as a frame doubler, and that's how they're using it. The performance mode of Black Myth Wukong is not like a 60 FPS game that uses FrameGen periodically. It literally uses FrameGen to get 60 frames per second. That's not what the tech's intended for. They're literally putting in every other frame is a fake frame. If it's doing 30 to 60 frame gen, then they're using it wrong. Yeah, they didn't make an adjustment to that, Corey. They would have put that in the patch notes. I booted up the game and played it myself. I could tell they were still doing it. I can tell they're doing it. It's really easy to see. There's an enormous difference between smooth 60 frames per second and frame gen 60 frames per second. It's not even a comparison. It isn't. The difference between when I was doing spin tests in Kena Bridge of Spirits and spin tests in Black Myth Wukong, it is a night and day difference. I mean, night and day. Black Myth is like jittery, stuttery, almost blurry. You can see it happening, and then I boot up Kena and it's just like smooth as butter. Unfortunately, he's right, Corey. The performance mode still has issues. They only gave you better reaction time. Yeah, performance mode the only update it got. Phil is correct. They addressed input latency in performance mode because it's endemic to the mode because of how they use FrameGen that there's input latency and dropped input issues. What's good, Purple Haze? Good to see you. Every other frame is always a fake frame with FrameGen, but you need to be close to 60 base to start with it to get a good product. I just needed to turn it off. Turn it off. Turn off the ray tracing. A squirrel girl GIF has dropped. That cannot be official. That also is not her hand. That's somebody else's hand. That's not official. Somebody made that. All right, here's what we'll do. What time is it? Oh, no, we've got time. Well, We really need to get to writer's room, but you guys are so close to 600. If we can go for another 25 minutes easy. I mean, the model's leaked. Yeah. Let's see it. It's somebody else's hand, dude. I mean, pretty easy analysis here. If you look at the thumb, somebody else is getting a squeeze in there. Somebody else is getting a little smack. That's not her own hand. Marvel Rivals is built different, y'all. Marvel Rivals is built different, dude. Rumor. Everyone says no games this gen, blah, blah, blah. Rumor, MK9 is not the launch title. It's FF9 Remake. Wait, what are you talking? Launch titles for what? Oh, they fixed it for you, Lono. I played it on PC and it's fantastic. And Alapark says, I will help. I will justify the extended stream. And he bumps the line to 591. 9 away from securing the Friday Night Frickmas special tomorrow night. Switch just beat the PS2 lifetime sales? No, it did not. It only beat it in America. The Switch has not surpassed PS2 globally. It beat it in the United States. Amskin says, read your Bibles. I know, man. Gamers out here need the Lord. Dave Langer submits a question. Since Sony sold the Death Stranding IP to Kojima and Death Stranding was released on Xbox, do you think Death Stranding 2 time exclusive window could be shorter? Given the length of time that it's been developed in, I'm not sure about that. Let me look at I want to look at this first before I say it. Let's see, because my mind on this one is it originally launched in 2019. And Steven Marston with the 10 bomb. Holy mackerel. He takes us above what is needed. That is an Agents of Chaos. And then Lord Horg says, let's keep it going. We are now on to the next stretch. Okay, so you guys have hit stretch. So we get Friday Night Frickmas special. All right. The next stretch, I'll do a tree decoration with you guys, which I was not planning on doing. It's still in the box. I was like, I don't have lights for it. I'll just leave it in the box. So we won't just put on the hat. We won't just read the books. We won't just sing the songs and have the drinks. We'll do some tree decoration if you guys hit next stretch. We can make tomorrow night really fun. You've got plenty of time. I'll also keep going until 2 o'clock. We'll just keep the stream going. I'll keep going through your questions. You guys are amazing. Okay, so the Death Stranding question. The Death Stranding originally launches in 2019 as a PlayStation 4 game. So this has likely been in production for a minimum of maybe 4 years. Mash gets to be the star on top. Well, I'll print off Mash's face and cut him out and put him on top. I should totally do that. I need him to talk in chat so I can get his picture and save it. Put him on top of the tree. All hail Mash. Oh my gosh. So yeah, I don't know about, do I think the timed exclusivity for Death Stranding 2 will be shorter? I could see it go one of two ways. All we know is that Barlog's working on a sci-fi game, DJB. I could see this going one of two ways. Kojima could play really nice with PlayStation for selling back the IP to him and give him a year of timed exclusivity on DS2. Kojima could also say, hey, now that I've got the property in my hands and I am doing some stuff with Xbox, let's make the timed exclusivity 6 months. I could see it going either way, right? You're going to be able to put the star on top, or is it a mini tree? Listen, Trill, I don't know if you realize this or not, but I have things in my home like stools and chairs and boxes that I can step on if need be, and I'll have you know that I won't need one because it's not a very tall tree. You jerk. Oh my gosh. This is so mean to me. It's probably a mini tree. It is! It is a mini tree! You big meanie. Yeah, so Death Stranding 2 timed exclusivity, I could see it going either way. Kojima could literally be like, hey, you guys helped me out. You helped me launch it, publish it. You sold the rights back to me. You guys did me solid. I'm going to do you a solid. And it's like a 1 year. I don't know. Yeah, Kojima's also making a stealth action game for PlayStation. Yeah. Everybody's very excited about that and what that could be. So, Citizen says, what other Xbox games do you think could make the move over to PlayStation 5? I think it's easier to say what won't make the jump. It's based on what Jez Corden was saying on Twitter. And I had somebody in my comments say that he was being sarcastic. He was not being sarcastic. So he seems to... I'm not going to speak for Jez. I like him. He stopped by here. He's been kind and generous. He's gifted members, and he's been nice. And he and I have been amicable, and I think he gets a lot of crap. Sometimes I think he kind of puts his chin out and asks for it because he, starts tweeting and, tweeting and drinking don't mix. And he's admitted that he does that, right? But I also think sometimes he gets a bunch of undue hate. So I don't want to speak for him, but I feel like somebody gave him a nudge and said, hey, listen, it's all going. His tweets seemed to indicate to me that he had heard some new developments. Like he said that like Fable is monstrously expensive and that he thinks the era of exclusives is gone and that, Fable's going to make its way to PlayStation, okay? So I think it's easier to talk about the games that won't go over. Like I don't think Redfall will ever go over. Like they won't waste a minute of time doing that. The studio's gone anyway, right? So basically any major release from this point on will land on PlayStation. Yeah, you just put money on it. It just will. Whether it's Fable or Blade, South of Midnight. I mean, any of those major releases, I think they'll bring them over. Yeah. South of Midnight could I think have a happy home on PlayStation. It's got the vibe of a PlayStation game. That third person, the combat, I'm telling you. It seems like a more mature Kena Bridge of Spirits. I'm really looking forward to that game next year. And I think every major release from this point on will make the jump. Or will just come out day and date. Like, remember all the grief I got for saying that Blade was a multi-plat? I mean, do you think Blade's going to stay? I don't even think Blade ever was planned to be an exclusive. I think Blade's announcement trailer was a crack in the glass. Remember how they had like frosted glass? I think that Blade announcement trailer was a crack in the frosted glass. It was like, oh, they knew when they announced that what was coming, so that's why they made no mention of Xbox. 6 months would be long enough. Yeah, I mean, Death Stranding 2, depending on when it lands in the year, Paul, I think PlayStation would just want it to be a 2025 game for them, and then if it comes out 6 months, 8 months later, whatever, on Xbox, but as long as it's in 2026. I think that's what they would probably fight for more than anything. It's more about being able to say, we got it in 2025. That's probably more important and more valuable than like, well, we want, 9 months instead of 7. It's more about, no, it's a 2025 release for PlayStation. And I think that's more important to them than anything. Oh, Mandrew left a comment. 3 out of 4 of the problem games have been fixed last week. Avatar and Outlaws are now totally fixed, which is nice. Yeah. Good comment there from Mandrew. And Toasty Burger says, since when is Sony responsible for third-party quality control? Won't that lead to allegations of censorship and game skipping the platform? Quality control on the implementation of a Sony branded piece of tech? That isn't censorship. WTF? Like, what are you even... People don't even know what censorship is. PSSR is branded Sony tech. Like, yes, they should be concerned about quality control. of their own technology and how it's used. Sony will probably get Forza Horizon. That's one of the rumored ones that's already out. Oh, if you want to restructure your question, Citizen JV, and be like, well, what about games that are already out? Yeah, I think Forza's coming from everything that we've heard. Sony won't allow Forza because of Gran Turismo. Oh, I don't think Sony cares about that. We've heard enough people say that they heard Forza's coming. I don't think Avowed will be 30. They're working on it. They've seen the hate. We'll see, DJB. The Kingdom Come Deliverance guys, they said their game was going to be 30, and now it's been revealed to be a 60 FPS game, and it's going to have a PS5 Pro enhanced mode. So I'm going to play that. I wasn't going to play it. So if they come out and say, hey, yeah, we got Avowed to 60, you know, I'll install it via Game Pass, and I'll try it out. You know? I will. Mash says, do you object to objectively objectionable objects obstructing objectively unobjectable objects? Well, I mean, if the object itself is objectively objectionable and it's obstructing an unobjectable object, I wouldn't object to that. Well, wait, no, I would. No, I would. I'm reconsidering. Yeah, because if it is in fact objectively objectionable, I wouldn't want it to obstruct something that is not. It would be in the way. Yeah. So we do not want to see things that are objectively objectionable obstructing objectively unobjectionable stuff. So, unobjectionable objectives. It took me a second. I misplaced the one negative. I had it backward. I need to reboot after that comment. That makes me think of the time we were having a debate about somebody, and somebody said, I'm too high for this. It was such an honest answer. I could just picture old dude with his phone just being like, I'm too high for this. Like, eyebrows shot up like, dude, I don't know what y'all are saying. That answer was 100% based. That's right. That answer was 100% based. All right. JC, a lot of people are asking me about it because you guys know I'm a huge Superman fan. What do I think of the new Superman trailer? I'm trying not to get excited for the movie. I'm really trying. It's very difficult. I first started watching it. As you were talking, you started glitching on my end. Oh, YouTube must have a blip because somebody else said something about blip sound. I'm trying really hard not to get excited because when I first watched the trailer, like, I was a little bit worried about some of the color schemes, but then he slow-mo saved the one girl, and then the vibe of the trailer got more serious, and then the villains showed up, and the special effects showed up, and the action showed up, and I was like, yo, this looks good. And then I watched it with the music, and I was like, oh my gosh. I was like, oh my gosh. The remix, the new rendition of the John Williams Superman theme music is just, I mean, it's very good. I don't think the trailer looks good. Guys, if your audio is blipping, just refresh. I actually think it looks very good. And I was ready to be critical. I was ready to not like it. I was ready for it to be bad. I really, really was. Hello, microphone. Yeah, it's not me. Lono was hyping himself up just by talking about it. Gun Cooked been saying it. My biggest concern, Sven, wasn't that Gun couldn't cook. It's that he was going to cook a meal I wouldn't want to eat. right? I know that he can cook, but you can cook a meal that's got too much of a certain flavor in it, and then I'm not going to want to eat it. And then the color of the suit and the vibe of the suit, I was like, he's going to make it comic booky, and I don't want comic booky Superman. I want more of a serious Superman. And I feel like he's straddled the line quite well from what I've seen. I'm like, okay, suit is a little on the comic booky side. I'm not too cool. I'm not too keen on some of the color. But then as the trailer progresses, I would love it. Oh my gosh. I would love it if part of the subversiveness of the storytelling is that his suit and its bright colors and its iconic design over time throughout the movie gets more grounded in reality as Superman is then more grounded in Earth itself. If that's sort of a subtext of the artistry and how they tell the story, that he shows up, it's clean, it's crisp, it's iconic, but then Superman itself, one of the greatest, I think, elements of Superman's story arc is that he ends up becoming more grounded in the world and his humanity, and him having a bloody lip and being busted up tells me that Gunn's going to do that with the story. And if that's a very great sort of unspoken undercurrent of the art, that like he goes from being like crisp, clean Superman to being, they're throwing stuff at him, his suit's dirty, he's going to become more grounded in the world and reality and his humanity. That's what I think Henry Cavill did so well in Man of Steel. When he cried when his dad died, when he cried as he killed Zod, it was this understanding that the grounding of Kal-El through Cavill's interpretation, I thought was beautifully done. I mean, beautifully done. The world's too big, Mom. Make it smaller, right? That element of like, I don't fit here. Something's not right. Then he loses his dad, and that's devastating to him. And then when he kills Zod, it's this idea that he is truly now alone in the universe, which means the only way for him to truly, I think, evolve from that point on would be to be more grounded as a human, which is what Lois Lane is there for. They completely screwed up by not just doing another Superman movie with Cavill. He did a remarkable job. And it's unfortunate that they did what they did with Batman versus Superman and like ruined what could have been the best Superman ever. So if they're doing that with Superman, then I'm there for it. I kind of don't want grounded version of Superman in this movie. The reason I do, Paul, is because I think it gives you more headroom and you can do more with him. I think it's really hard when it's just, more powerful than a locomotive, faster than a speeding bullet. It's a bird, it's a plane. No, it's Superman. Like, I don't need that. We've seen that. We've heard that story. We've seen him save the cat, the dog, the woman, and stop the bank robbers. I need something more serious. I need something more grounded. I don't need, hands on the hips, bright color, comic booky Superman. I don't need that. That's we've had that. We got that with Christopher Reeve. We've already had that rendition of Superman 10 times over. We don't need that ever again. Christopher Reeve nailed it. We do not need to go back to that style or that interpretation. So, he's skipping the backstory nonsense. Yeah, we don't need to see the destruction of Krypton ever again. For later. Oh, just the song? How long is it? It's 2.5 minutes. Citizen wants to know, what is it you don't like about the new Superman suit? Okay, so this is one of the hardest things to do with a superhero sort of transcending off of the pages of the comic book onto the big screen, okay? The iconography of the hero back when all this first started was very much, they were looking like almost like wrestlers, right? The sort of the underpants on the outside of the pants thing, okay? So when you see this, This signals hero. This signals power. This signals strength. You put a grown man in that outfit in modern day, and it's just gonna look silly, right? It's gonna look silly. That's so hard to put that on the big screen and not have that look very, very goofy. So the suit is obviously signaling that style. Now, there was some commentary about they didn't want him to be, and I have this actually on a shirt somewhere. I have, oh, hang on. Can we get the real picture? I want the real picture. Where? Oh, it was right there. It was right there. It's such a great picture. Open image in a new tab. I've always especially liked this cover. I have this on a t-shirt. You know, the kryptonite chains being broken, his profile, his looking out into the distance, the sign of strength, his stance, the use of the gradient in the background. I love this cover. I think this is one of my favorites. This, and then there's obviously the other famous one is the Action Comics one, where he's lifting the car. That's another one that I absolutely love. Again, when you look back and you see something like this, the art style, the time, that signals hero, that signals a man of strength, and we no longer have that. That seems goofy. That seems silly, right? So signaling that, I think, is great because it's where Superman has come from. It's where he, as an icon, as a hero, has come from. But I think it's dangerous to use that suit because it can make him look stupid. It can make him look stupid. So it's really, really dangerous. I thought that what they did with Man of Steel was a really, really good interpretation. Go and look at all the Batman comics too, and then look at what they've done with Batman and why Batman works, where it doesn't look like he's wearing his underwear on the outside of his pants. I actually still haven't watched Gunn's version of Suicide Squad. I've heard that people really liked it. So, I still haven't watched it. Yeah. Troll says, can you explain again for the class how your take about how Batman Begins being the best out of the trilogy is still wrong? Well, it's objectively correct. It's objectively correct. The Dark Knight is my favorite of the three movies. But Batman Begins is the better of the three. It's a more complete movie. Its themes, its pacing, the characters, all of it, it is a better movie. Objectively, qualitatively, it's better. It is. It's a better treatment of Batman as a character. It's a wonderful origin story for Bruce Wayne. It's a really, really great interpretation of Ra's al Ghul. They absolutely nail it. They nail the tone. They nail it. And the second movie is all over the place. It's inconsistent. Some of the lines are terrible. What they did with Batman is awful. What they did with Bruce Wayne is terrible. Joker saves the middle movie. I firmly believe that. I think if you watch those movies, hang on. My daughter's vacuuming. I'm serious. If do it. Rewatch that Batman trilogy and just kind of remove your preferences. Just remove your preferences and just watch them and just think like a film critic. Ignore who you like and who you don't like. Batman Begins is the best of the bunch. My favorite is still the middle movie. I enjoy it far more, but it's because of the Joker. It's because of the Joker. So, this is a fun debate. We debated this morning in Morning Coffee. That's why he's bringing it up again. We don't need to fully retread this water, and go back into this, or retread this ground. I'm sorry. Yeah. So that's what I think. That's what I think. It's a better Batman movie. change on that? Is that? That can't be right. Matt Reeves gave us the best version of Gotham. If you want to know, member up and watch Morning Coffee. That's right. That's right. The first movie just hits, though. He didn't gargle rocks in Batman Begins. I still firmly believe they damaged the trilogy beyond repair. It really hurt the trilogy. It did. They damaged the trilogy. Creative mistake. They should have opened up the second movie, and it should have been the funeral of Rachel. That's how the movie should have opened. That's your descent into darkness for the Dark Knight. That's your catalyst of making the Joker from moment one manipulating and trying to pull the Joker down, to his level. I think they absolutely damaged the middle movie and beyond by doing that. I think it hurt it. So. Yeah, if audio's messing up, you guys will just have to refresh. I tell you what we can do. It is getting kind of late. It is getting kind of late. So if you guys want to extend, you can extend. You'd have to, what would we do? 650. You can extend. We hit 650. I'll go until 3 o'clock with you. I'll give you another. I'll let you get another hour. But, well, usually we do 30 minutes. But I'll give you some time. I'll give you 8 minutes. But we should just go to writer's room if not. It's totally fine. If you guys keep extending, I don't care, because I think tomorrow, I don't even know what we're going to do tomorrow. We'll have to check the feeds. We could check the feeds in the live environment and give people a sample of the writer's room if you guys decide to go crazy in the next 10 minutes or so. I'll let you extend. I think that's fun. You guys are generous, and it gives you more content, and it keeps the live stream going. The live streams actually don't get hurt by that, by the way. I thought that was going to start to hurt the live streams, like extending them, but it doesn't. Yeah, it's already 2. Yeah, you guys extended and we just kept going. So I'll let you do it again. I know there's some big boys in chat still, and you guys can rally. If you get to 650, I'll owe you 5 members, and I'll give you till 3. But then that'll have to be our hard stop. We'll have to go and kind of plan the day. I don't think we're having trouble saving. Yeah, YouTube is definitely having trouble. It didn't want to save the I'll tell you what, I'm going to delete that and make a new one. Let's create, go live. Any green room plan with new games to color? Any hidden gems? It's been harder. It's been a lot harder to do green room. Just because we basically have turned... Yeah, I don't know where we're going to put green room. We probably should start making Writers Room Member Plus again. I think that's what we need to do. That would just become your new green room. And then I could potentially then plan the show. And then when we're done planning the show, basically, when we're done planning the show, I would... Hang on. I would, play a game or something. YouTube audio is messing up. Yeah, the audio is jacking up. Hang on. I'm going to delete that writer's room because it did not schedule properly. And then I'm going to schedule this new one. Oh, that's right. Oh, I don't have a writer's room thumbnail? Oh, yeah, I do. Should have a writer's room thumbnail. Okay, let's see if this one schedules properly. Sometimes when you constantly reuse the settings of a previous stream, it causes a glitch because they make changes and you can't keep doing that. You can't keep reusing the settings of an old stream. Okay, there we go. I agree. I'd upgrade. Start that for the new year. I was enjoying Green Room showcasing new games. What are Member Pluses getting without Green Room? I think that's why we need to start making Writer's Room Member Plus and above. I mean it. I think we should make it Member Plus and above, because right now, when you guys go crazy in gifts and we extend, everybody gets a longer stream. Everybody gets to keep hanging out. But when we go to Writer's Room to plan the day, that should be paid for content. The thing with Hilly can be for everybody. That's for everybody. Fall Guys for everybody. Hang out with me and Hilly for everybody. And then Friday nights with Madam we can make for everybody. I think people wanted us to make that Member Plus and above as well. You upgraded for the game showcase? Well, then I need to bring that back. I need to bring that back then. So we can just start using that segment for that, where like we can start showcasing some games. And I skip Green Room, it spoils the next day. I like to wake up and look at Lono's topic for the day. Oh, you skip it because you don't want to know what's coming. I respect that. I respect wanting to be surprised. That makes sense to me. It makes sense. All right, 3 minutes. If you guys don't extend, the shot of Superman saving the little girl, that's how you use slow-mo effectively. That was the shot that changed my mind. The shot of him saving that girl is what changed my mind. I was like, oh, wait a minute. He might be actually cooking here. This thing looks crazy. This movie looks amazing. So, well, I have set up today's Writer's Room to be Member Plus and above. So if you want to come to the next segment, you'll need to upgrade to Member Plus. A lot of you guys got gifted today. They went crazy. You guys get into the Discord. You get into the Friday segment with Hilly. You get into Morning Coffee. You get into Friday nights with Madam. But this daily segment where we plan the next day, or maybe we play new games, you're going to need to upgrade for that. That's good feedback from you guys, by the way. We don't necessarily need to call it the Green Room, but Behemoth says we might be sticking around. He drops a 5-bomb and takes it to 607. He says, hey, maybe we should extend. Maybe we should extend. I'll bump it. I'll bump it to, I want the Member Pluses to get something though, so we might need to bump it to just 230 so they get a little bit of something. But yeah, if you guys scramble and get it to 650, Behemoth, you madman. Behemoth's been one of the other very, very generous people here lately, and I greatly appreciate it. Apparition of Wolf Shadow, how are you? Good to see you. Why do I have so many options now on a person? Channel activity, go to channel, pin message, report, remove, put user in timeout, hide user, add moderator. Okay, it's the same amount. It was just lower in the chat window. So, yeah. Let me clear out the question queue as well. You guys submit a lot of questions today, man. That was fun. Appreciate you, Behemoth. All right, 60 seconds. Last call. I always say that, and I'm like hopeful that MASH has gone home for the day, or any of the other. Risik, let me just do a quick thank you in the final minute before we go to Writer's Room. I do want to say a quick thank you to everybody who went crazy with gifteds. Behemoth, Lord Horg, Stephen Marston, Alapark, Mike Beckett, a huge thanks to you as a brand new member today. Annie upgraded to Member Plus, and he did a huge member bomb. Joker Quinn, DK Bager, as always, Stone Spire with those faithful single gifteds, and then the big one from Mike Beckett, along with Risik. You went crazy today, Keithius, and as always, MASH, you are an absolute madman. We had so many super chats as well. So many people hitting those super chat goals and making me add to the count. 247 new members today from your generosity combined with mine as well. So thank you everybody who has done that, as well as doing the gifteds. And we have Garoan gifted some members. And I see there that Soul Train just gifted a member. Thank you, Soul Train. And then C. Lou gifted. And we got Joker Quinn in here. We had those Member Plus brand new members with C-Loss and Vithar and Thomas Messenger. And all the super chats from AOZ, Andy Ackerman, Jack Garland, and Sam Taylor, and Mile High, and Juice Man. So generous today. S. John Wallace gifted some members and has a white badge. And we had John Always kicking off the day with the first gifted member. Thank you guys so much. And thank you, Soul Train. Soul Train decided to, oh my gosh, and a 10 bomb from Behemoth. I didn't even see it. I was in the thing. I was in the there it is, 618. freaking behemoth. Unbelievable. Every time I hear Lono say last call, I think of this vibe. Last call for alcohol. That's right. Apparitional Wolf Shadow. Looks like you got a gifted. Lono reveals his favorite Creed song on the next stream. Well, you got to upgrade to Member Plus if you want to know what my favorite Creed song is. I'll give you guys just 4 more minutes since Behemoth and Soul Train decided to make one last ditch effort here. You guys are at 618. You need to get at 650. I appreciate you so much, Behemoth. You're freaking crazy. I just watched the Superman trailer. I agree with Lono. The costume ain't doing it for me. It slowly changes throughout the trailer, so I have hope that it's not going to be too distracting. I do. I have hope. I have hope. I think they can do it. I think they can. I think that Gunn can pull it off. If somebody can pull it off, I think Gunn can pull it off. So if the movie is self-aware enough, I don't think it'll be a big deal. It's my own prison, or you're lying. Dave says, who do you like better, Creed or Alter Bridge? I mean, I probably listened to Creed more, if I'm honest. I didn't listen to a whole lot of Alter Bridge. So, you know, let me set up redirect. You guys have 3 minutes, and we're getting out of here. Redirect to writer's room. Save. Boom. Let me go get a link. Gun's too aware and everything. Yeah, I mean, they can be a little too self-aware. That's true. That is true. Alter Bridge had more albums. I actually only really listened to the one Alter Bridge album and then just kind of fell off. So hang on. No, and no. When's their latest album? Alter Bridge. I gotta make sure I don't accidentally start playing their music. They did One Day Remains Deluxe Edition this year. They did something last year called Pawns and Kings. Yeah, One Day Remains was like their debut album. I'll have to put them in rotation and see what I think now. Yeah, One Day Remains and Blackbird were the two albums that I listened to. You guys have 2 minutes. You have 2 minutes if you're going to scramble. Behemoth tried to stoke the fires. We'll see if anybody comes to the rescue. I like those two albums, and then I just, for whatever reason, I think they just fell out of my music rotation. You know? That happens from time to time. But what if it was what if, huh? 60 seconds. I'm going to spam a link in chat, and we're going to redirect. I'm going to spam a link in chat, and then we're going to redirect and go over to the writer's room. Did it put 2 of these in here? Yeah, hang on. I need to delete this. Oh, we only need 1 link. Only need 1 link to the writer's room in the Discord. Okay, that's it. It's 2:15. Let's go. I'm going to spam a link in chat, and then I'm going to start the writer's room stream. If redirect doesn't work for you guys sometimes, use that link. If you got a gifted membership today, or you're paying for your own membership and you want to come to this next segment, you do need to upgrade to Member Plus. It's only $1. Kate just jumped back in at Member Plus, and that does bump the line to $6.19. Thank you, Kate. And if redirect doesn't work for you guys, use the link in chat. It's more reliable. Oh, the bridge of him just shouting what if. I'm not familiar with that. Hey, thanks so much for being a member to the channel. Just another insane week already, and we're not even to Friday yet. Tomorrow, you guys have hit the goals. So tomorrow afternoon, Friday the 20th, Get Fall Guys installed wherever you play games. It's free. You can join me and Hilly. You guys unlocked that. Also, don't miss Friday night Frickmas special. We're going to have drinks. We're going to have stories. I'm going to sing Christmas carols. If this hits 700, I got to decorate the tree, and I wasn't planning on doing that. It's still in the box. So make sure and do that. If you're watching the tail end of the previous stream and you want to come into those segments, you've got to be at Member Plus and above. Now, the segment with Hilly is for everybody, and the Christmas special is for everybody, but this Writer's Room segment is now Member Plus and above. I'm going to end that stream and redirect folks over, and then I am going to change that thumbnail because we're no longer live.